Gilgamesh by Stephen Mitchell. Introduction. The oldest story in the world. In Iraq, when the dust blows, stopping men and tanks, it brings with it memories of an ancient world much older than Islam or Christianity. Western civilization originated from that place between the Tigris and the Euphrates, where Hammurabi created his legal code and where Gilgamesh was written, the oldest story in the world, 1,000 years older than the Iliad or the Bible. Its hero was a historical king who reigned in the Mesopotamian city of Uruk in about 2750 BCE. In the epic, he has an intimate friend, Enkidu, a naked, wild man who has been civilized through the erotic arts of a temple priestess. With him, Gilgamesh battles monsters, and when Enkidu dies, he is inconsolable. He sets out on a desperate journey to find the one man who can tell him how to escape death. Part of the fascination of Gilgamesh is that, like any great work of literature, it has much to tell us about ourselves. In giving voice to grief and the fear of death, perhaps more powerfully than any book written after it, in portraying love and vulnerability and the quest for wisdom, it has become a personal testimony for millions of readers in dozens of languages. But it also has a particular relevance in today's world, with its polarized fundamentalisms, each side fervently believing in its own righteousness, each on a crusade or jihad against what it perceives as an evil enemy. The hero of this epic is an anti-hero, a superman, a superpower, one might say, who doesn't know the difference between strength and arrogance. By preemptively attacking a monster, he brings on himself a disaster that can only be overcome by an agonizing journey, a quest that results in wisdom by proving its own futility. The epic has an extraordinarily sophisticated moral intelligence. In its emphasis on balance and in its refusal to side with either hero or monster, it leads us to question our dangerous certainties about good and evil. I began this version of Gilgamesh because I had never been convinced by the language of any translation of it that I had read. I wanted to find a genuine voice for the poem, words that were lithe and muscular enough to match the power of the story. If I have succeeded, readers will discover that rather than standing before an antiquity in a glass case, they have entered a literary masterpiece that is as startlingly alive today as it was 3.5 millennia ago. Origins. Gilgamesh is a work that, in the intensity of its imagination, stands beside the great stories of Homer and the Bible. Yet for 2,000 years all traces of it were lost. The baked clay tablets on which it was inscribed in cuneiform characters lay buried in the rubble of cities across the ancient Near East, waiting for people from another world to read them. It wasn't until 1850 that the first fragments were discovered among the ruins of Nineveh, and the text wasn't deciphered and translated for several decades afterward. The great poet Rainer Maria Rilke may have been the first reader discerning enough to recognize its true literary stature. Quote, Gilgamesh is stupendous, End quote. He wrote at the end of 1916. Quote, I consider it to be among the greatest things that can happen to a person. I have immersed myself in it, and in these truly gigantic fragments I have experienced measures and forms that belong with the supreme works that the conjuring word has ever produced. End quote. In Rilke's consciousness, Gilgamesh, like a magnificent Aladdin's palace that has instantly materialized out of nowhere, makes its first appearance as a masterpiece of world literature. The story of its discovery and decipherment is itself as fabulous as a tale from the Thousand and One Nights. A young English traveller named Austen Henry Layard, who was passing through the Middle East on his way to Ceylon, heard that there were antiquities buried in the mounds of what is now the city of Mosul, halted his journey, and began excavations in 1844. These mounds turned out to contain the ruined palaces of Nineveh, the ancient capital of Assyria, including what was left of the library of the last great Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal, 668 to 627 BCE. In amazement, Layard and his assistant, Hormuz Rassam, found room after room lined with carved stone bas reliefs of demons and deities, scenes of battle, royal hunts, and ceremonies, doorways flanked by enormous winged bulls and lions, and inside some of the chambers tens of thousands of clay tablets inscribed with the curious and then undeciphered cuneiform script. Over 25,000 of these tablets were shipped back to the British Museum. When cuneiform was officially deciphered in 1857, scholars discovered that the tablets were written in Akkadian, an ancient Semitic language cognate with Hebrew and Arabic. 15 years went by before anyone noticed the tablets on which Gilgamesh was inscribed. Then, in 1872, a young British museum curator named George Smith realized that one of the fragments told the story of a Babylonian Noah who survived a great flood sent by the gods. On looking down the third column, Smith wrote, my eye caught the statement that the ship rested on the mountains of Nizir, followed by the account of the sending forth of the dove, and its finding no resting place and returning. I saw at once that I had here discovered a portion, at least, of the Chaldean account of the deluge. To a Victorian this was a spectacular discovery because it seemed to be independent corroboration of the historicity of the biblical flood. Victorians believed that the Genesis story was much older than it is. When Smith saw these lines, according to a later account, he said, quote, I am the first man to read that after more than 2,000 years of oblivion, setting the tablet on the table. End quote. The account continues. He jumped up and rushed about the room in a great state of excitement, and to the astonishment of those present, began to undress himself. We aren't told if he took off just his coat or if he continued to strip down further. I like to imagine him in his euphoria going all the way and running stark naked, like Enkidu, among the astonished black-clad Victorian scholars. Smith's announcement, made on December 3, 1872, to the newly formed Society of Biblical Archaeology, that he had discovered an account of the flood on one of the Assyrian tablets caused a major stir, and soon more fragments of Gilgamesh were unearthed at Nineveh and in the ruins of other ancient cities. His translation of the fragments that had been discovered up to then was published in 1876, though to a modern reader it seems quaint and almost surrealistic in its many mistaken guesses, and is often fragmentary to the point of incoherence. It was an important pioneering effort. Today, more than a century and a quarter later, many more fragments have surfaced. The language is much better understood. The scholars can trace the history of the text with some degree of confidence. Briefly, here is the consensus. Legends about Gilgamesh probably began to arise shortly after the death of the historical king. The earliest texts that have survived, which date from about 2100 BCE, are five separate and independent poems in Sumerian, entitled Gilgamesh and Aga, Gilgamesh and Huwawa, Gilgamesh and the Bull of Heaven, Gilgamesh and the Underworld, and the Death of Gilgamesh. Sumerian is a non-Semitic language unrelated to any other that we know, and is as distant from Akkadian as Chinese is from English. It became the learned language of ancient Mesopotamia and was part of the scribal curriculum. These five poems, written in a leisurely, repetitive, hieratic style, much less condensed and vivid than the Akkadian epic, would have been familiar to later poets and editors. The direct ancestor of the 11 clay tablets dug up at Nineveh is called the Old Babylonian version. It was written in Akkadian, of which Babylonian is a dialect, and dates from about 1700 BCE. 11 fragments have survived, including 3 tablets that are almost complete. This version, though it paraphrases a few episodes in the Sumerian Gilgamesh text, is an original poem, the first epic of Gilgamesh. In its themes and its form, it is essentially the same poem as its Ninevite descendant, a story about friendship, the death of the beloved, and the quest for immortality. Some 500 years after the old Babylonian version was written, a scholar priest named Sin Leki Unnini revised and elaborated on it. His epic, which scholars call the Standard Version, is the basis of all modern translations. As of now, with 73 fragments discovered, slightly fewer than 2,000 of the 3,000 lines of the original text exist in readable continuous form. The rest is damaged or missing, and there are many gaps in the sections that have survived. We don't know exactly what Sin Leki Unnini's contribution to the standard version was, since so few fragments of the old Babylonian version have survived for comparison. From what we can see, he is often a conservative editor, following the older version line for line, with few, if any, changes in vocabulary and word order. Sometimes, though, he expands or contracts, drops passages or adds them, and functions not as an editor but as an original poet. The two major passages that we know he added, the prologue and the priestess Shamaat's speech inviting Enkidu to Uruk, have the vividness and density of great art. The Gilgamesh that you are about to read is a sometimes free, sometimes close adaptation into English verse of Sin Leki Unnini's standard version. Even scholars making literal translations don't simply translate the standard version, they fill in some of the textual gaps with passages from other versions, the Old Babylonian being the most important. I have taken this practice further. Occasionally, when the standard version is particularly fragmentary, I have supplemented it with passages from the Sumerian Gilgamesh poems. I have also added lines or short passages to bridge the gaps or to clarify the story. My intention throughout has been to recreate the ancient epic as a contemporary poem in the parallel universe of the English language. Civilizing the Wild Man. Gilgamesh is the story of a hero's journey. One might say that it is the mother of all heroes' journeys, with its huge, uninhabited, mythic presences moving through a landscape of dream. It is also the story of how a man becomes civilized, how he learns to rule himself and therefore his people, and to act with temperance, wisdom, and piety. The poem begins with the city and ends with it. In the first lines of his prologue, Senleki Unnini states the breadth and depth of what his hero has endured. Quote, "He had seen everything, had experienced all emotions." End quote. The next 7 lines tell us the essential details, not even bothering to mention the hero's name. Gilgamesh had travelled to the edge of the world and been granted knowledge of the primeval days of humanity. He had survived the journey and returned to restore the great temple of Ishtar and Uruk's then famous 6-mile-long wall. And now, after this summary, something fascinating happens. Sin Leki Unini turns to his readers and invites them to survey the great city for themselves. Quote, "See how its ramparts gleam like copper in the sun. Climb the stone staircase, more ancient than the mind can imagine. Approach the Eanna temple, sacred to Ishtar, a temple that no king has equalled in size or beauty. Walk on the wall of Uruk, follow its course along the city, inspect its mighty foundations, examine its brickwork, how masterfully it is built. Observe the land it encloses, the palm trees, the gardens, the orchards, the glorious palaces and temples, the shops, the marketplaces, the houses, the public squares." End quote. It is a very strange and touching moment. The poet is ostensibly addressing an audience of ancient Babylonians in 1200 BCE, directing them to admire a city that was built in time immemorial. But the readers, as it turns out, are you and I. We are the ones who are being invited, more than 3,000 years later, to walk on the wall of Uruk and observe the splendor and bustling life of the great city. The invitation is touching, not because the city is in ruins and the civilization has been destroyed. This is not an ironic Ozymandias moment, but because in our imagination we can climb the ancient stone staircase and observe the lush gardens and orchards, the palaces and temples, the shops and marketplaces, the houses, the public squares, and share the poet's amazement and pride in his city. Then Sin Leki Unini's invitation becomes more intimate. "Find the cornerstone," he tells us, "and under it the copper box that is marked with his name. Unlock it, open the lid, take out the tablet of lapis lazuli. Read how Gilgamesh suffered all and accomplished all. I doubt whether even in 1200 BCE this was meant to be taken literally. Even to an ancient Babylonian reader, the lines would have been vivid enough to make the physical act unnecessary. As we read the instructions, we can see ourselves finding the cornerstone, taking out the copper box, unlocking it, opening its lid, and taking out the priceless tablet of lapis lazuli, which turns out in the end to be the very poem we are about to read. We are looking beneath the surface of things, into the hidden places, the locked repositories of human experience. The trials that Gilgamesh himself is supposed to have written down long ago are now being revealed to us in words that, whether carved on stone tablets or printed on paper, create their own sense of authenticity. They issue directly from the source, if not from the historical Gilgamesh, then from a poet who has imagined that hero's experience intensely enough for it to be true. The old Babylonian poem that Sinleki Unini inherited begins with the phrase, surpassing all kings. It describes Gilgamesh as a gigantic and manic young man. His name may mean the old man is a young man, a warrior, and after his return, as good a king and benefactor to his people, a combination of Goliath and David. But to begin with, he is a tyrant. When we first enter the poem, there is an essential imbalance in the city. Something has gone drastically wrong. The man of unsurpassable courage and inexhaustible energy has become a monster of selfishness. The shepherd has become a wolf. He oppresses the young men, perhaps with forced labor, and oppresses the young women, perhaps with his ravenous sexual appetite. Because he is an absolute monarch, and two-thirds divine into the bargain, no one dares to criticize him. The people call out to heaven like the Israelite slaves in Exodus, and their cry is heard. But Anu, father of the gods, doesn't intervene directly. He sends help in a deliciously roundabout way. He asks the great mother goddess, Aruru, to reenact her first creation of human beings. Quote, now go and create a double for Gilgamesh, his second self, a man who equals his strength and courage, a man who equals his stormy heart. Create a new hero, let them balance each other perfectly, so that Uruk has peace. End quote. Like the Lord God in Genesis, Aruru forms a man from the dust of the ground, and he becomes a living being, the original man himself, natural, innocent, solitary. This second Adam will find a help meet for him, not in a woman, but in the man for whose sake he was created. Thus begins 1,000 years before Achilles and Patroclus, or David and Jonathan, the first great friendship in literature. Enkidu is indeed Gilgamesh's double, so huge and powerful that when people see him they are struck with awe. But he is also Gilgamesh's opposite and mirror image, two-thirds animal to Gilgamesh's two-thirds divine. These animal qualities are actually much more attractive than the divine ones. Where Gilgamesh is arrogant, Enkidu is childlike. where Gilgamesh is violent, Enkidu is peaceful, a naked herbivore among the herds. He lives and wanders with them from pasture to pasture, and, as we learn later in the poem, he drives away marauding predators, thus acting as both sheep and shepherd. With his natural altruism, he is also the original animal activist, setting his friends free from human pits and traps. When the trapper discovers Enkidu drinking with the animals at a water hole, he is filled with dread, as if he has seen a Bigfoot or abominable snowman. What makes his face go white and his legs shake is not the fear of being harmed by a powerful savage. After all, he doesn't have to get any closer. It is the fear of being face to face with primordial humanity, the thing itself. He goes to his father for advice, and the father sends him on to Gilgamesh, who will know what to do. Gilgamesh may be a tyrant, but he is an insightful one. He does know what to do about the wild man, and he tells it to the trapper without a moment's hesitation. Go to the temple of Ishtar, he says. Ask them for a woman named Shamhat, one of the priestesses who give their bodies to any man in honor of the goddess. Take her into the wilderness. When the animals are drinking at the water hole, tell her to strip off her robe and lie there naked, ready, with her legs apart. The wild man will approach. Let her use her love, arts. Nature will take its course, and then the animals who knew him in the wilderness will be bewildered and will leave him forever. It is a startling recommendation, especially coming from a man whose modus operandi is force. We might have expected him to send out a battalion to hunt down and capture Enkidu. Instead, he commissions a single woman. Somehow he knows that Enkidu needs to be tamed rather than captured, and that the only way to civilize him is through the power of Eros. He doesn't seem to suspect, however, that the wild man has been sent by the gods to civilize him. The poem says nothing about Gilgamesh's relationship to Shamhat. Does he know how skilled she is because he has made love with her himself at the temple? Is he a regular client, or has he just heard of her prowess? All we are told is that he knows she is the right woman for the job. Shamhat is one of the most fascinating characters in Gilgamesh. If we want to appreciate her role as an ancient Babylonian cultic prostitute, our imagination needs to bypass any filters of romantic love, Judeo-Christian morality, male lubricity, or female indignation. Actually, we have no word in English for what Shamhat is. The Akkadian words Arimtu and Bamnatu certainly do not mean prostitute in our sense of the term, a woman who sells herself for personal gain. She is a priestess of Ishtar, the goddess of love, and as a kind of reverse nun has dedicated her life to what the Babylonians considered the sacred mystery of sexual union. In opening to the anonymous man who appears before her in the temple, young or old, handsome or ugly, she is opening to every man, that is, to God. She has become an incarnation of the goddess, and with her own body reenacts the cosmic marriage. As a pure servant of Eros, she is a vessel for the force that moves the stars, the force that, through the green fuse, drives the flower. In a passage about the attractions of Uruk that was added in the standard version, Sin Leki Unini mentions Ishtar's priestess with enormous pride. "Come," said Shahmat, "let us go to Uruk. I will lead you to Gilgamesh the mighty king. You will see the great city with its massive wall. You will see the young men dressed in their splendor, in the finest linen and embroidered wool, brilliantly colored with fringed shawls and wide belts. Every day is a festival in Uruk, with people singing and dancing in the streets, musicians playing their lyres and drums, the lovely priestesses standing before the temple of Ishtar, chatting and laughing, flushed with sexual joy and ready to serve man's pleasure, in honor of the goddess, so that even old men are aroused from their beds. How the poet loves his city, the great wall, the colors, the finery, the music, and dancing. They all form the texture of the continuous celebration of life that makes this passage so alive. Part of the enjoyment he conveys is that in Uruk, male sexual desire is so abundantly gratified, but it is the lovely, joyful priestesses, themselves gratified in the act of gratification, who light up his portrait of the city. Their laughter and sexual glow is for him one of the principal glories of civilization. The trapper finds Shamhat and tells her of the king's command. Shamhat has been trained in the art of surrender, and I imagine her as giving her full consent to the mission, dangerous though it might be. The creature she will be offering herself to is, after all, an unknown. He may be ferocious, he may be more beast than man, he may even tear her to shreds for all she knows, and she probably knows that the very sight of him filled the trapper with dread. But she agrees to go, calmly as I imagine her, trusting in her art and in the power of Eros. The water hole is a 3 days hike through the wilderness, and the poet could easily have inserted dialogues here between the young priestess of Ishtar and the trapper. What was she feeling on the long and perhaps physically taxing walk? Was she afraid? What did she ask him about his life, about Enkidu? Was he dazzled by her sexual presence? Was he tempted? Did they make love, or was that forbidden? What did he ask her, and what did she answer? About the life of the city, about her experiences in the temple, about Gilgamesh the king. The poet compresses all the dramatic possibilities of these 3 days in 2 lines. Quote, "For 3 days they walked. On the third day they reached the water hole. There they waited." End quote. The economy of his art is exquisite. For another 2 days Shamhat and the trapper wait at the water hole. When Enkidu appears, Shamhat follows directions, not that a skilled priestess of Ishtar would have needed directions, and events just unfold just as Gilgamesh predicted they would. It is a deeply moving episode, especially if we have in the back of our minds the Genesis myth of the loss of human innocence. Here, Shamhat plays the role of Eve, but she is a benign seductress, leading Enkidu not into the knowledge of a polarized good and evil, but into the glories of sexuality, the intimate understanding of what a woman is, and self-awareness as a human being. There is no serpent in this garden, no anxious deity announcing prohibitions and punishments. Again, the poet's economy is superb. The 7 days of love-making are described in the simplest of terms, compressed into 7 lines in a whole epic of sexual initiation. Enkidu, in his innocence and trust, follows where his penis points, and discovers in himself an elemental potency, a state of perpetual erection. For Shamhat's part, however frightened she may be as the enormous hairy creature approaches, she takes him in lovingly, and keeps taking him in for 7 days, a feat that is at least equal to any of the showier male heroics later in the poem. Quote, she used her love arts, she took his breath with her kisses, held nothing back, and showed him what a woman is. For 7 days he stayed erect and made love with her. End quote. There are no traces of Puritan consciousness in the culture of this poem. Sex is seen as a civilizing event rather than as something dangerous to the social order. One would be interested to know precisely what the love arts of a Babylonian priestess were, but this also the poet leaves to the imagination. Whatever the graphic details, Shamhat obviously does her job well. Adept and lavishly generous, she totally justifies Gilgamesh's confidence in her. At the end of 7 days, when he has had enough of the non-stop love-making, Enkidu tries to rejoin his animals, but they dart away at full speed, like the fawn that emerges with Alice from the wood, where things have no names. Enkidu no longer has the unconscious mind of an animal or the vital force he had as a child of the wilderness. Something has been lost, but it is not paradise. In fact, Enkidu is about to enter into another kind of paradise, civilization, the city where every day is a festival. Walking back to Shawmat, he realizes that although he can no longer run like an animal, he has gained something that more than makes up for his lost powers. In knowing Shamhat sexually, his mind has been enlarged. He has begun to know himself. He sits down at her feet, and as he listens, he discovers that he can understand human language. He also discovers for himself what the Lord God realizes for Adam in Genesis, that, quote, it is not good that the man should be alone. End quote. In this longing for a true friend, he intuits what he was created for. Shamhat not only initiates Enkidu into self-awareness between her civilizing thighs, she invites him to Uruk, gives him human clothing, and teaches him to eat human food within the hut of some shepherds who live conveniently nearby. She acts as a patient, loving mother as she guides him through his rite of passage. The scene at the shepherd's table is both hilarious and touching, when its shame free awareness that initiation into humanity means knowing what it is to be sexual, intoxicated, and clean. Quote, they led him to their table. They put bread and beer in front of him. Enkidu sat and stared. He had never seen human food. He didn't know what to do. Then Shamhat said, quote, go ahead, Enkidu. This is food. We humans eat and drink this. End quote. Warily he tasted the bread. Then he ate a piece. He ate a whole loaf, then ate another. He ate until he was full, drank 7 pitchers of the beer. His heart grew light, his face glowed, and he sang out with joy. He had his hair cut. He washed, he rubbed sweet oil into his skin, and became fully human. We get 3 further glimpses of Shamhat, as she and Enkidu make love yet again, as she humbly carries out a request of his, and finally as she accompanies him to Uruk. Then, having completed her mission, she is gone. The challenge. Great walled Uruk, city of gardens and temples and public squares, is the paradise of Shamhat's description, but it is also a place of suffering, where the people cry out because of Gilgamesh's tyranny. The two realities coexist. They appear according to one's perception, the way light is either particle or wave. It all depends on how one approaches the city. When she invites Enkidu to Uruk, Shamhat suggests that he approach with the eyes of appreciation, that he stand before Gilgamesh and gaze with wonder at his magnificence. But Enkidu isn't ready for this. He needs to approach him as a tyrant and an adversary. Shamhat did in fact introduce Gilgamesh as a tyrant the first time she mentioned him, without a hint of the panegyric that is to follow. Quote, let me take you to the great walled Uruk, to the temple of Ishtar, to the palace of Gilgamesh the mighty king, who in his arrogance oppresses the people, trampling upon them like a wild bull. End quote. Enkidu's response is surprising. He doesn't bristle or become white with anger, as he does later when he hears of Gilgamesh's apparent right to sleep with any about to be married virgin. He intuits something in Gilgamesh beyond his brute strength and callousness. His longing is a recognition that floats up toward the surface of his consciousness, a recognition before the fact that however unjust Gilgamesh may be, they are meant for each other. Quote, deep in his heart he felt something stir, a longing he had never known before, the longing for a true friend. End quote. But immediately he shifts this poignant, introspective silence to an aggressive stance that matches Gilgamesh in arrogance. Quote, I will challenge him, Enkidu says. Quote, I will shout to his face, I am the mightiest, I am the man who can make the world tremble, I am supreme. End quote. If A strong young gorilla had the power of speech. This is what he might cry out to the alpha male with his harem of wives. The challenge is touching in its primitiveness. There is no Homeric subtlety or eloquence here, just testosterone speaking. Another hero? I will fight him. Enkidu needs to test himself, to enter civilization with a chip on his shoulder the size of a cedar trunk. Shamhat, speaking as his teacher, suggests that he approach Gilgamesh from a different perspective. Quote, I will show you Gilgamesh the mighty king, the hero destined for both joy and grief. You will stand before him and gaze with wonder. You will see how handsome, how virile he is, how his body pulses with erotic power. He is even taller and stronger than you, so full of life force that he needs no sleep. Enkidu, put aside your aggression. End quote. But Enkidu is having none of it. Nothing can bring him out of his male challenge mode. The specific impetus for the trip to Uruk comes from the mouth of a young man who passes Enkidu and Shamhat as they are making love again, on his way to Uruk for a wedding that he has catered. Enkidu's curiosity is aroused more highly than his passion. He interrupts the coitus and sends Shamhat over to make inquiries. The young man describes what will happen at the end of the ceremony. Quote, the priest will bless the young couple, the guests will rejoice, the bridegroom will step aside, and the virgin will wait in the marriage bed for Gilgamesh, king of the great walled Uruk. It is he who mates first with the lawful wife. After he is done, the bridegroom follows. This is the order that the gods have decreed. From the moment the king's birth cord was cut, every girl's hymen has belonged to him. End quote. As he listened, we are told, Enkidu's face went pale with anger. But we aren't told why he is angry. Is this the indiscriminate fury of a young challenger? Is he feeling moral outrage at Gilgamesh's Ius Prime Noctis? If so, hasn't he understood that this is a ritual act sanctioned by the gods? Is the act sanctioned by the gods, as the young man says, or is this statement propaganda issuing from a sexually predatory tyrant? We know that the gods have sent Enkidu to balance Gilgamesh's oppression, but we don't know the precise nature of that oppression. It is entirely possible that Gilgamesh, as the embodiment of the divine male principle, does have the right to sleep with every bride on her wedding night, but that he is appropriating other young women as well. It is also possible, as some scholars think, that the oppression has nothing sexual about it, that Gilgamesh, as a gigantic super jock, has been exhausting the men in athletic contests, and the women are worn out from taking care of them. Finally, if the young man's report is accurate and if Enkidu has understood it correctly, is he rebelling against the divine order? Or alternatively, does he accept the divine order and simply want to replace Gilgamesh as the stud planting his seed in the virgins of Uruk? We simply don't know. This not knowing is an interesting position to be in as a reader. It will become even more interesting in the monster slaying episode of books 3 to 5. One thing it means is that we don't take sides. Yes, Gilgamesh is a tyrant, but he is also magnificent. Yes, he mates with the lawful wife, but this apparent sexual predation may be in the divine order of things, and to oppose it is not necessarily virtuous. Every negative about him is balanced by a positive. Of course, from another perspective, it is clear that the whole world of Uruk is out of balance because of Gilgamesh's manic excesses that Enkidu has been created to restore that balance. It is equally clear that the confrontation between the two heroes is not going to be a struggle between good and evil. There are too many ambiguities here for the mind to settle in a position of moral certainty. This leaves us with the raw emotion of Enkidu's anger, which, unexplained and uninterpretable, serves to move him from the shepherds' huts to the great city. As Enkidu enters Uruk, he is mobbed like a celebrity. He may be gigantic, but he may have a savage past, but he is fully human now, and, recognizing his innocence, people are not too frightened to approach him as the trapper was. The crowds treat him with a mixture of awe and tenderness, marveling at his enormous body and kissing his enormous feet, as if they were doting mothers kissing the most luscious morsels of infant flesh. Enkidu finds his way to the marriage house and plants himself in front of the door, immovable. When Gilgamesh arrives, the two heroes seize each other, butting heads like wild bulls, careening through the streets, crashing into walls and making the houses tremble. The confrontation could hardly be more primal, stripped down to the element of male pride. Enkidu's anger is beside the point. There are no principles to be upheld, no justifications and counter-justifications. The battle is as silly as a schoolyard fight, yet there is something beautiful about its energy. There is also a deeply erotic element in it. This is not a fight to the death, as in the Iliad or Beowulf. It is a fight at the end of which each man will be able to say to his opponent, quote, "Now I know you," or even as Jacob said to his angel, quote, "I will not let thee go except thou bless me." End quote. It is an entrance into intimacy and as close to love-making as to violence. The poem comes just short of stating that the relationship between Gilgamesh and Enkidu is homosexual. In Tablet 12, a separate poem appended to the epic, the genital sexuality is explicit. But it's clear that the homoerotic element in their bond is very strong. Even before he meets Enkidu in combat, Gilgamesh dreams of him in an image of great physical tenderness. A boulder representing Enkidu falls from the sky. At first it is too heavy to budge, then it becomes the beloved in his arms, stone turning to warm flesh through the power of the metaphor. Gilgamesh's mother, in interpreting the dream, says that this is indeed how it will be, that the boulder, quote, "stands for a dear friend, a mighty hero. You will take him in your arms, embrace and caress him the way a man caresses his wife." End quote. Both men come to feel their friendship as a kind of marriage, and each one could say, as David says of Jonathan, quote, "Thy love to me is wonderful, passing the love of women." End quote. After the fight, Enkidu doesn't slink off or proffer his neck like an animal defeated by the alpha male. In a speech of the loveliest, most dignified humility, he acknowledges Gilgamesh as the superior fighter, the superior human being. In fact, he sees him with the eyes of appreciation, gazing at him in wonder as Shamhat had advised him to. Quote, "Gilgamesh, you are unique among humans. Your mother, the goddess Ninsun, made you stronger and braver than any mortal, and rightly has Enlil granted you the kingship, since you are destined to rule over men." End quote. Gilgamesh, as victor, doesn't feel the need to reciprocate with any appreciation of Enkidu, but he knows that what he dreamed at the end of Book One has come true. The dear friend and mighty hero has appeared, the longed for companion of his heart, the man who will stand at his side through the greatest dangers. The fight is over without any residue of anger, resentment, or competitiveness. They know each other through and through, like David and Jonathan. Each loves the other as his own soul. A monster in the house. So, Gilgamesh and Enkidu become true friends. Now, because the two heroes balance each other perfectly, Uruk can have peace. Now the son can return to his father, the girl can return to her mother, and the life of the great city can continue in all its vibrancy, with no shadow of oppression to make the people cry out. The two realities can collapse into Shamhat's enamored vision of a truly civilized, festive society, of bright colors and finery and music and laughing courtesan priestesses and gratified desire. The gods are in their heaven, and for the time being, all's right with the world. The transition to the next episode, the journey to the cedar forest and the killing of the monster Humbaba, is fragmentary and obscure. We aren't told how long Gilgamesh and Enkidu stayed in Uruk, deepening their friendship. We don't know what they did during those weeks or months. How do vigorous young giants spend their free time? This is not one of the poem's interests, but it's easy to imagine an ongoing revel of feasting and beer drinking, wrestling matches, swimming, polo, bullfighting, perhaps. Gilgamesh delightedly teaching his friend all the new dances and songs, daily visits to the Eanna temple to make love with the most beautiful of the young priestesses, Shamhat included, and because ancient Babylonian kings prided themselves on being scholars as well as warriors and athletes, daily visits to the royal library where Enkidu can take lessons in elementary cuneiform. At a certain point, though, out of the blue, Gilgamesh announces that it is time to leave Uruk and begin the fatal adventure that provides the shape for the rest of the epic. An ascent to an ambiguous victory, followed by a plunge into death, unassuageable grief, and the futile search for immortality. Quote, Now we must travel to the cedar forest, Gilgamesh says, where the fierce monster Humbaba lives. We must kill him and drive out evil from the world. End quote. Living in the year 2004, one can't help hearing this statement of an ancient Mesopotamian king in eerie counterpoint to the recent American invasion of Iraq. From this perspective, Gilgamesh's action is the original preemptive attack. Ancient readers, like many contemporary Americans, would have considered it to be unquestionably heroic. But the poem is wiser than the culture from which it arose. It wonderfully complicates the ostensible moral certainties, and once again, when we look closely, the mind finds no solid ground to stand on. What impels Gilgamesh to go on this adventure? Why should he kill the monster? At first, all we hear is the sudden announcement itself. As listeners to a great adventure story, we don't need any more motivation than this. After all, that's what heroes do. They slay monsters. The motivation, in this sense, is literary rather than psychological. Story, not character, is fate. But a bit further on, the poet does provide a motivation for the decision to leave for the cedar forest. What Gilgamesh wants is fame, as he explains in a passionate speech to Enkidu. Quote, "We are not gods, we cannot ascend to heaven. No, we are mortal men. Only the gods live forever. Our days are few in number, and whatever we achieve is a puff of wind. Why be afraid then, since sooner or later death must come? I will cut down the tree, I will kill Humbaba, I will make a lasting name for myself, I will stamp my fame on men's minds forever." End quote. It is obvious that Gilgamesh considers himself fully human, and that for him two-thirds divine is just a polite compliment or a rhetorical flourish. His mother may be a goddess, but he is as mortal as any other human. The only way for him to transcend death, he thinks, is to make an everlasting name for himself. The desire for fame is at the heart of the ancient heroic traditions, Babylonian, Greek, and Germanic. It is one of the nobler delusions, and it can produce great art, in addition, as we know, to great havoc. There is something very human and even endearing about all this posturing. Human nature hasn't changed much from Gilgamesh or Enkidu with his "I am the mightiest" to Cassius Clay, but heroic? It's hard to take the boasts and the daring-do seriously in 28 comparison with the actions of what we would all consider true heroes, those who risk harm or death for the sake of others. The anonymous, everyday heroism of firefighters and police officers makes the desire for a lasting name seem far less admirable to us than it has seemed to other cultures. In any event, the poet makes it clear from the outset that however morally Gilgamesh thinks he is acting, he wants to kill Humbaba and drive out evil from the world, not for the sake of the people or to alleviate suffering or to help anyone but himself. As the story proceeds, we hear another possible motivation, that Shamash, the sun god, god of justice and Gilgamesh's special protector, has put this decision into his head. At least that is the theory of Gilgamesh's mother, the goddess Ninsun. Neither Gilgamesh nor Shamash ever acknowledges it. According to her, the whole adventure is Shamash's idea, and Gilgamesh is only an instrument in his hand, a warrior in the battle of good against evil. Lord of heaven, Ninsun says in her prayer to the sun god, you have granted my son beauty and strength and courage. Why have you burdened him with a restless heart? Now you have stirred him up to attack the monster Humbaba, to make a long journey from which he may not return. Since he has resolved to go, protect him until he arrives at the cedar forest, until he kills the monster Humbaba and drives from the world the evil that you hate. End quote. Here Ninsun, the wise, the all-knowing, is portrayed as a purely human figure, neither more nor less wise than any worried mother of flesh and blood. She knows her son well, and when she mentions his restless heart, she is pointing to what drives Gilgamesh through the epic, both before and after Enkidu's death. Whatever Shamash's part in the process may be, we can understand how Gilgamesh's restless heart has stirred him up as powerfully as his desire for fame. Psychologically, this restlessness can't be inspired by the god of justice. It is the opposite of inspiration. It is ultimately desperation. One might even say that the attack on Humbaba stems from what Pascal called the cause of all human misery, the inability to sit contentedly alone in a room. Is Ninsun correct in her theory that this is a battle of good against evil? Everything in the poem argues against it. As a matter of fact, the only evil we are informed of is the suffering Gilgamesh has inflicted on his own people. The only monster is Gilgamesh himself. If he has a real enemy, it is the selfishness that arises from his own restless heart. Uruk may be at peace now, but Gilgamesh isn't. The moral imbalances still exist. He is, as far as we are told, unable to acknowledge what he has done, unable to apologize or make amends to the young men and women he has been terrorizing. Whatever Gilgamesh's mother may say, the poet makes it impossible to see Humbaba as a threat to the security of Uruk, or as part of any axis of evil. Unlike Grendel in Beowulf, he is not seen as the enemy of God. There is no devil or negative metaphysical force in the poet's cosmology for him to be an instrument of. He hasn't harmed a single living being as far as we know. If anything, our sympathies are with him. He may be ugly and terrifying, with his fire-spewing breath, thunderous voice, and nightmare faces, but to be terrifying is his job. He just stays where he is, minding his business and doing his duty, which is to take care of the cedar forest and keep humans out. Quote, "If anyone knows the rules of my forest," he says later to Enkidu, "it is you. You know that this is my place and that I am the forest's guardian. Enlil put me here to terrify men, and I guard the forest as Enlil ordains." End quote. Like the pre-civilized Enkidu, Humbaba is a figure of balance and a defender of the ecosystem. Having a monster or two around to guard our national forests from corporate and other predators wouldn't be such a bad thing. I love how the poet has morally situated his poem. so that as soon as we are tempted to take a position about good and evil, we realize that there is an opposite and equally valid position. This world, like ours, is not black and white. There is ultimately nowhere to stand, no side we can ultimately take, and not cut ourselves off from the truth. Yes, Humbaba is a monster. Perhaps he is evil, as Ninsun says. Conceivably, he is even a threat to the city, though we are never told how. But it is at least as true that Humbaba has his appointed place in the divine order of things. He has specifically been commissioned to be monstrous by one of the great gods, because humans are not supposed to penetrate into the cedar forest and chop down its trees. If there must be a monster in the house, to paraphrase Wallace Stevens, let him be one who is just doing his job without malice. The problem with believing in evil monsters and an evil-hating God, or God, is that it splits the universe down the middle, separates us from at least half of creation, and eventually leads to the claustrophobic and doom-haunted world of the Germanic hero sagas, however idealistic we may be. The struggle between good and evil is the primal disease of the mind, wrote the 6th century Zen master Seng San, who knew what he was talking about. It is all too easy to see ourselves as fighting on God's side, to identify our ideology with what is best for the world, and to use it to justify crusades, pogroms, and preemptive attacks. Projecting evil into the world makes me unassailably right, a position as dangerous in politics as in marriage. Much of Book Three is in debate form between Gilgamesh and Enkidu, then between Gilgamesh and the elders of Uruk. It is a debate between bravery or foolhardiness and prudence. Gilgamesh's position is that he must go on this journey in order to win everlasting fame. Enkidu first points out that the cedar forest is forbidden to humans, and that Humbaba has been put there by Enlil himself to terrify men. Then, echoed by the elders, he says that in any case the journey is too dangerous and Humbaba too powerful. The arguments are not sophisticated and don't vary. Gilgamesh wins the debate by walking away. He is the king after all, and can do whatever he wants. What he wants now is to order new weapons at the forge. By the end of the episode, Enkidu and the whole city support him. The elders offer their cautious, geriatric advice. The young men cheer. The heroes depart. They walk east in 3-day marches, at the pace of more than 300 miles a day. Not a huge effort for someone like Gilgamesh, whose legs, according to one fragmentary passage, are 9 feet long. Each march is described in exactly the same way. The repetition creates a sense of extended time, a shift from the ordinary time of the city into mythological time. Each culminates in the dream ritual, which is described in the same few crisply visualized lines. Gilgamesh's dreams vary in their details, but they are all essentially the same dream of disaster, or near disaster. Enkidu, by the method known as reversal of values, interprets them as omens that promise victory. And though his interpretation is correct for the actual battle with Humbaba, there is another sense in which the dreams are begging to be taken at their face value, unreversed, as the other dreams in the epic are. The disaster does indeed loom ahead, though with a time delay. Ironically, it involves the death of the dream interpreter, a death that is direct, divinely ordained consequence of killing Humbaba. A more literal interpreter might advise Gilgamesh to turn back. However aggressively Shamash urges him to attack. Inside the cedar forest, Gilgamesh and Enkidu are alternately seized by terror, and each in turn encourages the other. For a Babylonian hero, unlike the imperviously brave men of Germanic legends like Beowulf and Siegfried, it was no disgrace to feel fear. Gilgamesh can not only be afraid at the sight of the monster, but he can say he is. He does not run like the great Hector, fleeing in terror from Achilles outside the wall of Troy, but he is frozen in his tracks. Enkidu, who previously was so reluctant to proceed, now urges Gilgamesh not to retreat, and they walk on to the monster's den. The battle is over quickly. Humbaba is about to overwhelm the two heroes when Shamash sends mighty winds that pin him down and paralyze him. This divine intervention may strike us as rather unfair, but a world in which the gods take sides is not a meritocracy. With Gilgamesh on top of him, holding a knife to his throat, Humbaba begs both heroes for mercy. These passages are at once comic and poignant. Comic in the disproportion between the monster's previous threats and his present abasement, and poignant in the humility and reasonableness of his request. It is an extraordinary moment. Think how impossible it would be in Beowulf for a monster to refer to the concept of mercy, or for the hero even to consider it. One can't help feeling a surge of sympathy for the doomed Humbaba. Gilgamesh hesitates. We are not told why, but it is probable that, like his predecessor in the Sumerian poem Gilgamesh and Huwawa, Gilgamesh's noble heart took pity on the monster. Enkidu, though, has no doubts. 3 separate times he urges his friend to kill the guardian of the cedar forest, even though he is aware that killing him will enrage not only Enlil but their own protector Shamash as well. Thus, as it turns out, Ninsun, the wise and all-knowing, was mistaken in her opinion that Humbaba is an evil thing that Shamash wants to have destroyed. Defeated, yes; destroyed, no. Quote, Dear friend, quickly, before another moment goes by, kill Humbaba. Don't listen to his words, don't hesitate. Slaughter him, slit his throat before the great god Enlil can stop us, before the great gods can get enraged. Enlil in Nippur, Shamash in Larsa. Establish your fame so that forever men will speak of brave Gilgamesh who killed Humbaba in the cedar forest. End quote. Enkidu, it seems, has, by now, completely taken on Gilgamesh's warrior ethos, the desire for fame superseding every other consideration. True, it is his friend's fame, not his own, that he wants to establish, but, generous as it may be, this love is still an egoisme ado. It has simply replaced "I am the mightiest" with "you are the mightiest." and in its disregard for mercy, prudence, and cosmic hierarchy, it creates disaster. The principle that every action has an effect is not something that Gilgamesh or Enkidu can be expected to know. As heroes, they need to be strong and brave, not insightful. But the poet, as we will see, is aware of it. He is too intelligent not to know that monster-slaying expeditions, even the most well-intentioned ones, have unforeseen and potentially disastrous consequences. Enkidu is morally responsible for persuading his friend not to spare the monster's life. Therefore, his own life becomes forfeit. When Gilgamesh kills Humbaba, the poet says, "A gentle rain falls onto the mountains," as if the heavens themselves are weeping for the consequences of that act. Humiliating the goddess. Almost all the female characters in Gilgamesh, Shamhat, Ninsun, Shiduri, and Utnapishtim's wife, are portrayed as admirable, intelligent, generous, compassionate. The one exception is Ishtar, goddess of love and patron deity of Uruk. In the very peculiar and invigorating Book 6, she is rejected, insulted, threatened, and humiliated by both Gilgamesh and Enkidu. This is surprising in a poem that mentions her temple with reverence, and makes one of her priestesses a central character in the initial drama. It is even more surprising in light of the goddess's millennia-old position in Mesopotamian culture. She was known to the Sumerians as Inanna, the Queen of Heaven, and played a greater role in myth, epic, and hymn than any other deity, male or female. Anyone who has read first the beautiful, tender, marvelously erotic song cycle called "The Courtship of Inanna and Dumuzi" is likely to feel flabbergasted at the shabby treatment Ishtar receives at the hand of Gilgamesh's poet. But there is another side to the beloved goddess who brought culture and fertility to her people in Sumer. She is also the goddess of war, and she can be selfish, arbitrary, and brutal. In the Sumerian poem "The Descent of Inanna", she fastens the eye of death on her husband, Dumuzi (Tammuz), and orders him to be dragged down to hell by two persistent demons. In a lesser-known poem called "Inanna and Abi", which begins with an invocation to the goddess of the dreadful powers, clad in terror, drenched in blood, she destroys an entire mountain range because it doesn't show her enough respect. Sumerian literature furnishes other examples of her ruthlessness. Why the Gilgamesh poet chose to focus so exclusively on Ishtar's dark side in Book 6 and to portray his heroes as so vituperative is a mystery. No scholar has provided an adequate explanation of whatever cultural forces were at work behind the episode. Is it symptomatic of a religious movement among first the Sumerians and later the Babylonians to displace her with a male deity? Then why are her priestesses treated with much respect? And how can we explain the poet's irreverence to the gods in general, who are later compared to dogs and flies? We just don't know. All we can do is enjoy the episode and see how it fits into the poem as a whole. Things begin calmly enough. Gilgamesh, having returned from the cedar forest, washes himself and gets dressed in his magnificent royal robes. He is looking mighty fine. Ishtar sees him and falls in love or lust. In a speech that seems forward or straightforward depending on one's cultural bias, she propositions him, offering him an array of fabulous gifts, if only he will be her lover. Gilgamesh's rejection is at first polite, even tactful, but it soon changes into a series of metaphorical insults, all of which accuse Ishtar of damaging the very person whom she should have been caring for. Next, he cites six famous love affairs of Ishtar's, with Tammuz, then with the roller bird, the lion, the stallion, the shepherd, and the gardener Ishulanu. Her taste in lovers is species transcendent, omnisexual, all of them black widow affairs, in which she turned against her lover and harmed him. Gilgamesh concludes by saying that if he were to accept her offer, she would treat him as cruelly as she treated them. It is a remarkably vivid speech, the longest in the poem, except for Utnapishtim's account of the flood. Reading it, we are caught up in the pure energy of the insults. It is like a tribal dance in which lines of young men and young women advance in turn and fling ritual taunts at each other. The speech's climax, the catalogue of lovers, is a miniature metamorphosis that casts Ishtar as Circe, and moves from disaster to disaster, not only with the satisfaction of a lawyer proving his case, but also with the delight of a storyteller. Aside from the affair with Tammuz, we are ignorant of the myths the poet is referring to. They haven't survived in Sumerian or Akkadian literature. For modern readers, this gives the passage its certain piquancy, as if we were overhearing intimate stories about people we don't know. Is Gilgamesh's response inappropriate? Is it a frightened male reaction to a woman who takes the sexual initiative? Perhaps, though that would be odd in a poem that celebrates a character like Shamhat, but from the above-mentioned descent of Inanna, we can be sure that in at least one of his six examples, Gilgamesh is giving us accurate information. Sleeping with Ishtar can be dangerous to your health. And when we witness her violent response to his rejection, we tend to think that he has been entirely reasonable in just saying no. The next scene is a portrait of Ishtar as a murderous, spoiled brat. She explodes with tears of rage and frustration, goes to Anu, father of the gods, and throws a tantrum until he lends her the bull of heaven to kill Gilgamesh and destroy his palace. As a woman scorned, Ishtar is not only petulant and vengeful, she is a real monster, willing to sacrifice hundreds of people for the sake of her revenge. But Enkidu and Gilgamesh make short work of the gigantic bull. They are fearless. There is none of the hauntedness and wavering of the Hambaba episode. There isn't even a feeling of danger in spite of the bull's first two warrior demolishing snorts. The action is swift, the humor coarse, and the killing of the bull seems less a battle than a sport. In its grace of movement, it is like the roughly contemporaneous bull-leaping fresco in the palace of Knossos on Crete, in which an athlete has leaped over the bull's horns and, arms gripping its sides, legs dangling above his head, is about to flip over its haunch onto the ground. Ishtar is brought to helpless tears by her failure. Standing on top of the city wall, she cries out, quote, "Not only did Gilgamesh slander me, now the brute has killed his own punishment, the bull of heaven." End quote. This is funny, but with an uncomfortable kind of humor that depends on the humiliation of the villain. How many of us nowadays can enjoy Shylock's anguished, ridiculous cry, "My daughter, oh my ducats, oh my daughter," even when the villainess has just murdered 300 people, one doesn't like to take pleasure in her pain. Enkidu, however, is not so delicate. When Enkidu heard these words, he laughed. He reached down, ripped one of the bull's thighs, and flung it in Ishtar's face. "If only I could catch you, this is what I would do to you. I would rip you apart and drape the bull's guts over your arms." Here again, as in the killing of Humbaba, Enkidu is the more extreme of the two friends. As with the hero's ethic, he has gotten on Gilgamesh's high horse and ridden it so far that Gilgamesh seems almost temperate in comparison. This final heaping of insult upon insult, as energizing as it is, shocking in its hubris and sheer outrageousness, is clearly dangerous, especially when your opponent is a goddess. What makes it so grotesquely funny is the combination of innocence and cruelty, in which there is more than a passing resemblance between Ishtar and the two heroes. Later that day, after the victory parade, when Gilgamesh boasts and does his victory strut, he reminds us of a champion athlete who not only crushes his opponent but flips him the bird. Quote, "Tell me, who is the handsomest of men? Tell me, who is the bravest of heroes? Gilgamesh. He is the handsomest of men. Enkidu, he is the bravest of heroes. We are the victors, who in our fury flung the bull's thigh in Ishtar's face, and now in the streets she has no one to avenge her." End quote. There are more intelligent ways to return home after a death that you know has enraged the great gods. If the psychological task of the hero is to gain mastery over the internal monsters by killing the external ones, Gilgamesh has been radically unsuccessful. Killing Humbaba and the bull has given him no greater control over himself and his own arrogance. Enkidu's arrival may have provided some balance for him, at least he has stopped oppressing the citizens of Uruk. But if the gods expected that Enkidu would provide peace for the king as well as for the city, they are sadly mistaken. Gilgamesh will have to learn limits another way. It is obvious that Book 6 is a separable episode that could be omitted without any loss of continuity. The heroes kill Humbaba in Book 5, and in the death of Enkidu at the end of Book 7, they suffer the results of their act. But the progression to tragedy would seem abrupt without the Ishtar episode. Book 6 is a comic interlude, like the satire play that was performed after Greek tragedies, obscene, vulgar, high-spirited, irreverent, and rambunctious, letting loose all the energies that will soon enough become contained and very somber. Death and departure. Suddenly Enkidu has two dreams about dying. The second of them gives us a wonderfully graphic picture of how the ancient Mesopotamians imagined the dead, who sit miserably in pitch darkness, dressed in feathered garments like birds. The great gods are not mocked, and the killing of Humbaba will have fatal consequences. Gilgamesh, through his tears, calls the first dream nonsense, and makes a weak attempt to interpret the second one as a good omen. But both friends know that Enkidu is doomed, and indeed, as his dreams warned, he falls mortally ill. The next morning Enkidu curses the trapper, and then Shamhat, for taking him out of the wilderness. It never occurs to him to curse his beloved Gilgamesh as well, though this was Gilgamesh's idea. The speech expresses Enkidu's impotence at the thought of dying, and part of its power is in letting out all the stops on the vindictive, outward blaming ego. Quote, "May wild dogs camp in your bedroom," Enkidu says. "May owls nest in your attic. May drunkards vomit all over you. May a tavern wall be your place of business. May you be dressed in torn robes and filthy underwear. May angry wives sue you. May thorns and briars make your feet bloody. May young men jeer and the rabble mock you as you walk the streets." End quote. The speech is not just a rant, it is also powerful reporting. Once we transpose the optative to the indicative, a portrait of the life of an aging prostitute with its poverty, abuse, and humiliation. Shamash provides Enkidu with a more balanced view that calms his raging heart. Civilization, the god points out, has been just as much a paradise for Enkidu as the wilderness was. And wasn't it Shamhat who brought Enkidu the greatest joy of all, his friendship with Gilgamesh? Enkidu acknowledges this and turns his curse of Shahmat into a blessing. Quote, "May you be adorned by nobles and princes," he says. "May Ishtar give you generous lovers, whose treasure chests brim with jewels and gold." End quote. In the interval between the curse and the blessing, Shamhat has ascended from the cheapest of whores to the most expensive and esteemed of courtesans, a kind of Babylonian Ninon de Lencroz. Oddly, both curse and blessing imagine Shamhat as a prostitute, rich or poor, rather than a priestess. Enkidu doesn't seem to know the difference. Of course it is possible that many priestesses of Ishtar would have been delighted to be wealthy courtesans instead, but for the true devotee the change would hardly have been a blessing. Devotion to the goddess was at the core of her life, and in comparison, even the kind of wealth and adulation given to a Hollywood star would have been meaningless. After 12 days of agony, Enkidu dies, and leaves Gilgamesh alone in his grief. It is a tragic moment in the epic, though epics are not necessarily tragic. The Homeric poems contain both the tragedy of Achilles and the romance of Odysseus. with its happy ending for him if not for the suitors and the little dangling maids. Enkidu could easily be seen as a tragic hero pulled out of his Eden into the corrupt world of humans to suffer an arbitrary death sentence from the gods. And as reconciled as he seems, there is a certain lingering bitterness about his death. One might say that his death was caused by Gilgamesh's monster hunting, just as his birth was caused by Gilgamesh's tyranny. But more accurately, Enkidu caused his own death by insisting that Gilgamesh kill Humbaba. If they had let the monster live, all would have been well. The fact that neither Enkidu nor Gilgamesh ever realizes this is part of the pathos of the situation. Gilgamesh's lament at the beginning of Book VIII is one of the most beautiful elegies in literature. In it, he asks both the natural world and the world of the city to join him as he mourns his friend. The simple, repeated phrases of his lament are exquisitely sorrowful. Quote, "My beloved friend is dead. He is dead. My beloved brother is dead. I will mourn as long as I breathe. I will sob for him like a woman who has lost her only child." Gilgamesh's grief is too intense for any understanding to penetrate. There is no way, in spite of Enkidu's first dream, that he can make a casual connection between the killing of Humbaba and Enkidu's death. For him, the events just occurred one after the other, and he can still boast of the killings, unconscious that they have cost him his beloved friend. Indeed, the music of his grief is so enchanting that, for the time being, we don't even want him to understand. Quote, "Beloved friend, swift stallion, wild deer, leopard ranging in the wilderness. Enkidu, my friend, swift stallion, wild deer, leopard ranging in the wilderness. Together we crossed the mountains. Together we slaughtered the bull of heaven. We killed Humbaba, who guarded the cedar forest." End quote. Actually, he is in a trance of pain. Even if he could understand why Enkidu died, it wouldn't matter. The brute fact of the event would blot out any other consideration. He is so overwhelmed by the sight of Enkidu's lifeless body that a dozen lines after lamenting that his friend is dead, he can no longer even find a name for death. As a great warrior, he has seen and caused many deaths, but now, for the first time, death is an intimate reality, and he can barely recognize it. "O Enkidu, what is this sleep that has seized you, that has darkened your face and stopped your breath?" Even though he has been up all night, sobbing for Enkidu, he can't let himself know what has happened. It's as if he has never seen a corpse before. He reacts like a young child, or like an animal sniffing at the dead body of its mate, bewildered. He half expects Enkidu to answer. When he touches Enkidu's heart, he seems surprised that it isn't beating. It takes a while longer for Gilgamesh to finally acknowledge that his friend is dead. But even then, his first gesture is to make death into a kind of marriage. He can't help treating Enkidu as if he were still alive and in mortal danger. After being the desolate bridegroom, he becomes the anxious mother. Then he veiled Enkidu's face like a bride's. Like an eagle, Gilgamesh circled around him. He paced in front of him, back and forth, like a lioness whose cubs are trapped in a pit. He tore out clumps of his hair, tore off his magnificent robes, as though they were cursed. Finally, it's over. Gilgamesh orders a magnificent votive statue of Enkidu. He goes through all the necessary rituals to ensure that the gods of the underworld will welcome him and help him to be peaceful and not sick at heart. But the ritual gestures, though meticulous, seem desperate. At best, Enkidu will be of those miserable dirt-eating human birds who squat or shuffle in utter darkness forever. This is poor comfort. So, abandoning all his privileges and responsibilities, giving up his roles as warrior and king, reversing Enkidu's journey from wilderness to civilization, Gilgamesh puts on an animal skin and leaves Uruk. His departure is reminiscent of other royal departure. 1,000 years later in the legend of the Buddha, like Gilgamesh, Gautama, the future awakened one, is transfixed by a vision of human vulnerability and feels compelled to leave his palace and all his possessions behind so that he can search for the secret of life and death. Gautama's grief is not personal though. He hasn't lost a beloved friend. He hasn't lost anyone except himself, his own identity. When for the first time in his sheltered life he sees sickness, old age, and death, his whole idea of what it is to be human, what it is that someday awaits him, collapses, and he is plunged into a desperate questioning. His story has a happier ending than Gilgamesh's. After 6 years of futile austerities, he sits down under the Bodhi tree, determined not to move until either death or understanding comes. And at dawn, when the morning star appears, suddenly he wakes up from the dream of suffering. Quote, "When you see the unborn, uncreated, unconditioned," he later said, "you are liberated from everything born, created, and conditioned." Gilgamesh, too, asks an all-consuming question about life and death. But his question is not driven by a deep need for understanding. It is driven by fear. Rilke called Gilgamesh the epic of the fear of death. Fear is the reverse side of the cool warrior ethos, in which the consciousness of morality motivates the hero to establish his fame. "Our days are few in number," Gilgamesh had said imperturbably. "Why be afraid then, since sooner or later death must come?" Why indeed? Except that terror comes unbidden, on the way to monsters or in the presence of overwhelming loss. Love has changed everything. It has made Gilgamesh absolutely vulnerable. His earlier consciousness of morality turns out to be a pale, abstract thing in comparison with the anguish he feels as he roams through the wilderness. Quote, "Must I die too? Must I be as lifeless as Enkidu? How can I bear this sorrow that gnaws at my belly, this fear of death that restlessly drives me onward? If only I could find the one man whom the gods made immortal, I would ask him how to overcome death." End quote. In his previous heroic mode, Gilgamesh thought he knew that only the gods live forever. Now, terrified, he is no longer certain. His first question, "Must I die too?" is not rhetorical. He really doesn't know the answer anymore. It is the question of a child at the threshold of adult awareness, who for the first time is faced with the concept of dying. Every child, to become an adult, must realize that the answer to that question is yes. Once he has passed through the gate of "I will die," he can later, if his questioning goes deep enough, pass through the gate of "I was never born." Gilgamesh wants to find the one exception to the rule of mortality. His ancestor Utnapishtim, who was granted eternal life and dwells somewhere at the eastern edge of the world. The fact that there has been one exception to the rule of mortality means that there may be a second exception. This hope postpones Gilgamesh's necessary acceptance until a time when he is more ready for it, less raw with grief. Like 1,000 later heroes in folk tales and Zen stories, he sets out in search of a teacher who can give him wisdom. In this he is bound to be disappointed. Wisdom isn't an object. It can't be grasped by words, nor can it be passed on. But until Gilgamesh completes his quest, he won't be able to realize the futility of it. Quote, "This thing we tell of can never be found by seeking," said the Sufi master Abu Yazid al-Bistami, "yet only seekers find it." The first arrival we hear about it is at the Twin Peaks, two high mountains overlooking the tunnel into which the sun sets for its nightly underground journey and out of which it rises in the morning. Two terrified monsters called Scorpion People guard the eastern end of this tunnel, just as Humbaba guarded the cedar forest. After Gilgamesh recovers from his dread and approaches them, he is no longer in a monster-slaying frame of mind. The creatures turn out to be quite courteous and tell him that the road to Utnapishtim lies through the tunnel. The Scorpion Man, at his wife's compassionate urging, allows Gilgamesh to enter the tunnel, warning him that if he fails to get to the western end before the sun enters, he will be burnt to a crisp. For 12 hours non-stop, Gilgamesh runs through the pitch blackness, and he exits just as the sun is setting. This is a symbolic death and rebirth, in which he passes through the darkness of an underworld and emerges into the dazzling Arabian Nights-like garden of the gods. But in its effects, it is not much of a rebirth. Gilgamesh is the same anguished, violent man he was before. Indeed, when he meets Shiduri, the tavern keeper, he looks so murderous that she runs into her tavern and locks herself in. Gilgamesh deals with this by threatening to smash down the door. Force is still his automatic reaction, the way he responds to the world. Shiduri is a strange character, a matron, possibly a goddess, who brews her beer in a tavern at the edge of the ocean, apparently for those rare customers who can outrace the sun. She is frightened but curious, and from the roof asks Gilgamesh questions about his appearance and his destination that are repeated later in the poem. Gilgamesh once again gives eloquent voice to his grief. Quote, "Shouldn't my heart be filled with anguish?" he cries out. "My friend, my brother whom I loved so dearly, who accompanied me through every danger. Enkidu, my brother whom I loved so dearly, who accompanied me through every danger. The fate of mankind has overwhelmed him. For 6 days I would not let him be buried, thinking, if my grief is violent enough, perhaps he will come back to life again. For 6 days and 7 nights I mourned him until a maggot fell out of his nose. Then I was afraid, I was frightened by death, and I set out to roam the wilderness. I cannot bear what happened to my friend. I cannot bear what happened to Enkidu, so I roam the wilderness in my grief. How can my mind have any rest? My beloved friend has turned into clay. My beloved Enkidu has turned into clay. And won't I too lie down in the dirt like him and never arise again?" End quote. This speech is as palpable and moving as his lament in Book VIII. Shiduri sends him on to the next stage of his journey, but not before giving him a charming piece of conventional wisdom that can do him no earthly good. No advice can, he needs to come to wisdom by himself. Quote, "Savor your food, make each of your days a delight, bathe and anoint yourself, wear bright clothes that are sparkling clean. Let music and dancing fill your house. Love the child who holds you by the hand, and give your wife pleasure in your embrace. That is the best way for a man to live." But Gilgamesh is incapable of enjoyment. He must preserve until he finds Utnapishtim. Shiduri tells him that the only man who can help him is Urshanabi, Utnapishtim's boatman. If Gilgamesh asks, perhaps Urshanabi will sail him across the vast ocean in his boat, crewed by the stone men, who are invulnerable to the waters of death. Instead of being civil to the man on whom everything now depends, Gilgamesh proceeds with the senseless, self-defeating violence he is used to. He attacks Urshanabi and smashes the stone men to pieces. Fortunately for him, however, Urshanabi is a genial, forgiving fellow who proposes an alternative method of crossing the waters of death. Using punting poles instead of the demolished stone men, they sail without stopping for 3 days and nights, a 6 weeks' journey for ordinary men, across the waters of death, and finally land on the shore where Utnapishtim is waiting. Gilgamesh doesn't realize it yet, but he is standing face to face with the man who is his last hope. When there's no way out, you just follow the way in front of you. The archetypal hero's journey proceeds in stages, being called to action, meeting a wise man or guide, crossing the threshold into the numinous world of the adventure, passing various tests, attaining the goal, defeating the forces of evil, and going back home. It leads to a spiritual transformation at the end, a sense of gratitude, humility, and deepened trust in the intelligence of the universe. After he finds the treasure, or slays the dragon, or wins the princess, or joins with the mind of the sage, the hero can return to ordinary life in a state of grace, as a blessing to himself and to his whole community. He has suffered, he has triumphed, he is at peace. The more we try to fit Gilgamesh into the pattern of this archetypal journey, the more bizarre, quirky, and postmodern it seems. It is the original quest story, but it is also an anti-quest, since it undermines the quest myth from the beginning. Gilgamesh doesn't slay the monster, but that, it turns out, is a violation of the divine order of things and causes the death of his beloved friend. He does journey to the edge of the world, he meets the wise man, but still there is no transformation. Utnapishtim asks him the same questions Shiduri asked, and Gilgamesh answers with the same anguished cries, whereupon Utnapishtim offers him yet another piece of conventional wisdom. Beautiful words, but as useless to him as Shiduri's were. What's the good of saying, like everybody's obtuse uncle, that Gilgamesh should realize how fortunate he is, that life is short and death is final? It is like all well-meaning advice that tells us to accept things as they are. We can't accept things as they are so long as we think that things should be different. Tell us how not to believe what we think, and then maybe we'll be able to hear. In any case, for Utnapishtim to say that life is short is a bit disingenuous. Life isn't short for him, that's the point. Why else has Gilgamesh traveled to the edge of the world to see him? The desperate, grief-stricken man standing before Utnapishtim feels less fortunate than the very fool he is purportedly so superior to. He wants to transcend death, not accept it. Right now, not in some happy future. There is no consolation in platitudes, and for Utnapishtim to tell him that he is going to die seems as tactless as it was for Saint Paul to tell the Thessalonians that they were not going to die. The only effect of the speech seems to have is that Gilgamesh finally recognizes the old man as Utnapishtim. He also acts with a restraint that we haven't seen before. Quote, "I intended to fight you," he says. "Yet, now that I stand before you, now that I see who you are, I can't fight. Something is holding me back." End quote. Finally, Gilgamesh gets to ask his burning question. How did Utnapishtim overcome death and become immortal? Utnapishtim, who is not a believer in making a long story short, tells him about the great flood. His speech is a very strong piece of writing, as beautiful as its descendant, the Noah story, but far more detailed and dramatic, and filled with the most vivid images. The unsuspecting workmen drinking barrels of beer and wine to celebrate the completion of the ship, the terrified gods fleeing to the highest heaven and cowering like dogs, Utnapishtim falling to his knees and weeping at the first touch of the blessed sunlight. The gods starved because all their human food providers have drowned, smelling the sweet fragrance of Utnapishtim's sacrifice and clustering around it like flies. The flood story explains Utnapishtim's exemption from the mortality by narrating the circumstances that prompted the god's decision. It also explains the prologue statement that Gilgamesh has been granted a vision into the great mystery, the secret places, the primeval days before the flood. The vision into the great mystery does not, however, seem to do Gilgamesh a bit of good, at least now. It certainly doesn't tell him how to overcome death. Immortality, it turns out, was a one-time offer, and that bleak fact is Utnapishtim's main revelation. Why then did the poet include the flood story at such length? Is it merely an interesting digression? Any reader who wants to understand its dramatic function in the poem should read Book 11 again. This time, skipping from Gilgamesh's first question, tell me, how is it that you, immortal, to the end of Utnapishtim's speech. Now then, Gilgamesh, who will assemble? If you delete or drastically abridge the flood story, the interval between the question and the dashing of Gilgamesh's hopes seems far too short. But with the story continuing for as long as it does, the suspense keeps growing. We are aware that Gilgamesh is listening with absolute attention, but at any moment the way to overcome death may be revealed. We can feel his attention even the second or 10th time we read this speech, when we know that Gilgamesh won't find his answer. And when the speech comes to its disappointing climax, we are carried on to the next incident with at least the satisfaction of knowing the whole story. We have heard everything there is to hear about how Utnapishtim became a god. Obviously, this is not the way out. The story has another dramatic effect as well. It gives us a harrowing picture of the cost of Utnapishtim's immortality. The immortality itself seems like a pallid afterthought. Hovering in the background of this narrative is an unspoken question. If you had to experience all that terror and the death of almost every living thing in order to be granted immortality, would it seem worth it? Far from being sympathetic to Gilgamesh's anguish, Utnapishtim is gruff, almost taunting in the conclusion to his speech. Quote, "Now then, Gilgamesh, who will assemble the gods for your sake? Who will convince them to grant you the eternal life that you seek?" End quote. The more Utnapishtim reveals of his crankiness and cynicism, the less attractive immortality becomes. He proposes a test. If Gilgamesh can overcome sleep for 7 days, sleep being the likeness of death, perhaps he will be able to overcome death too. But Utnapishtim knows from the start that Gilgamesh, worn out and ready to collapse, will fail the test, and indeed he falls asleep immediately. Utnapishtim says with contempt, quote, "Look at this fellow. He wanted to live forever, but the very moment he sat down, sleep swirled over him like a fog." End quote. There is a poignant irony about this test. In the bad old days when Gilgamesh was terrorizing the citizens of Uruk, it was a well-known fact, as Shamhat told Enkidu, that the king was so full of life force that he needed no sleep. Sometime after Enkidu's arrival, he lost that vitality. In the same way that Enkidu, after he made love with Shamhat, lost his life force and could no longer run like an animal. In this too, Gilgamesh and Enkidu are twins. The poem doesn't tell us exactly when Gilgamesh began to need sleep. The first we hear of it is on the journey to the cedar forest, when it is a recurring element in the ritual for dreams. Gilgamesh sat there with his chin on his knees, and sleep overcame him as it does all men. Experiencing intimacy seems to be for Gilgamesh what experiencing sex is for Enkidu, an initiation into human vulnerability. Once he found the companion of his heart, Gilgamesh became, in effect, two-thirds human. He left behind his kinship with the unsleeping, undying gods, just as Enkidu left behind the two-thirds of him that was animal. Unwittingly, each gave up part of his physical strength in order to know the kind of love that an animal or a god can know. After Gilgamesh fails the test, Utnapishtim's wife, sweet where her husband is sour, suggests that they wake him up and gently send him back home. But according to Utnapishtim, Gilgamesh is a deceiver like all humans, and must be shown proof that he slept, and this the 7 hardening loaves provide. Gilgamesh, acknowledging his failure, cries out in a very moving and beautiful passage, quote, "What shall I do? Where shall I go now? Death has caught me, it lurks in my bedroom, and everywhere I look, everywhere I turn, there is only death." End quote. After first making sure that Gilgamesh is washed and anointed in a kind of ritual renewal, and is given royal robes that will stay clean until he returns to Uruk, Utnapishtim sends him on his way. And that seems to be the end of the story. But Utnapishtim's compassionate wife intervenes once again. So, as a parting gift, Utnapishtim reveals a second secret of the gods. He tells Gilgamesh where in the waters of the great deep, the freshwater sea under the earth, he can find a magical plant that will restore him to youth. However young his name implies he is, Gilgamesh feels old and weary now, and in desperate need of renewal. He plunges into the great deep, finds the plant and brings it to the surface. Finally, it seems, he has found something that will put his heart at ease. But in this poem there is always a but. Gilgamesh's speech to Urshanabi, the boatman, on the shore of the great deep, is a wonderfully complex little passage. First he calls the marvelous plant the antidote to the fear of death, and our questions begin. If eating the plant is not equivalent to passing the sleep test, but is a consolation prize instead, if it doesn't make you immortal like the fruit of the tree of life in the Garden of Eden, does it at least restore you to a protected youth in which you can't get fatally sick or injured, after which you again age and then die? Or is your youth just as vulnerable as an ordinary young person's? And when you grow old, can you take another bite and grow young a second time, a 100th time, until the supply gives out? None of this is made clear. None of it has to be. Any of it is possible. What is clear is that for someone who eats the plant, death has been temporarily avoided, and the fear of death has been postponed. The plant is a medicine that addresses the symptoms of the fear of death, not its cause. It is a palliative, not a cure. Still, Gilgamesh is elated. He tells Ur-Shanabi that rather than eating the plant immediately, he first wants to test its effects. Quote, I will take it to Uruk. I will test its power by seeing what happens when an old man eats it. If that succeeds, I will eat some myself and become a carefree young man again. End quote. This statement, too, is complex and fascinating. Like the killing of Hambaba, it is, first of all, story driven rather than character driven. Gilgamesh must kill the monster because that's what heroes do. He must not eat the plant because, as we all know, he returns home aged and exhausted. But there are several possibilities implicit in his desire to take the plant home. Perhaps he is just being prudent for the first time in his life. Perhaps he is afraid of the plant's effects, or at least cautious about them, and needs to use an old man in Uruk as a human guinea pig. On the other hand, it may not be prudence that motivates him to bring the plant home before eating it. Perhaps some transformation in his character has already begun, which makes him want to postpone the magical return to youth until he can do it in his own city, before the eyes of his own people. Perhaps there is also a desire to use the plant for the benefit of the whole community. He will go home, choose a particularly deserving old man who has nothing to lose by having the experiment fail, and if it succeeds, he will portion out tiny samples of the plant to 1,000 old men and give a sprig to the royal gardener to see if it can be cultivated in lush gardened Uruk, so that it will be available for future generations as well. It is possible that something like these thoughts are taking shape in the shadowy recesses of Gilgamesh's mind. So, without tasting the plant, he and Urshanabi head back to Uruk. The poet describes the trip in the same words that he used for the journey to the cedar forest. Quote, at 400 miles they stopped to eat. At 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. End quote. This is a reverse journey through the landscape of dreams. It is, in its formulaic language, the way back from the monster. But this time, it is not a return to hubris, violence, and death. It is a return to wholeness. Still, there is one last failure to endure and overcome. On the way back, Gilgamesh bathes in a pond, and rather than handing the precious plant to Urshanabi, he leaves it on the ground. This act of stunning carelessness is like other famous last-minute mistakes in myths and folk tales throughout the world. Orpheus's over-the-shoulder glance at Eurydice, for example, or the youngest son's choice to sit on the edge of a well in the Grimm's The Golden Bird. There is always something fated about these mistakes. They don't seem like accidents because they are willed by the shape of the story. We feel that they had to happen. In light of Gilgamesh's history of violence and self-destruction, it seems that some inner dynamic won't allow him to eat the plant. That would be too simple, too good to be true. The spoiler is a snake, as in the Eden story, though here the snake is not cunning. It is entirely innocent and simply takes advantage of a good opportunity. The poet needs only 3 lines to shatter Gilgamesh's hopes. Quote, a snake smelled its fragrance. Stealthily it crawled up and carried the plant away. As it disappeared, it cast off its skin. End quote. Thus, in the words of Psalm 103, the snake's mouth is satisfied with good things, and its youth is renewed like the eagle's. O Felix Serpens! When Gilgamesh realizes that the snake has slithered off with his antidote, he cries out yet again, what shall I do now? All my hardships have been for nothing. O Urshanabi, was it for this that my hands have labored? Was it for this that I gave my heart's blood? It is the last gasp of tragedy. One is touched by his anguish, but only so far. One also wants to say, well, what do you expect, you silly goose? That's what happens when you leave magic plants lying on the ground. This is not the point, of course. The episode is not meant to be a lesson in prudence. It is the end of the line for Gilgamesh's quest. He is face to face with the realization that there is no immortality and no return to youth. A realization that can result, depending on your readiness, in either despair or freedom. When there's no way out, you just follow the way in front of you. That way, for Gilgamesh, leads back home. And on the way home, in the course of the hundreds of miles he and Urshanabi travel every day, in the dream time that is left in total silence, an astonishing thing happens. Gilgamesh becomes one with the poet's voice. In spite of the prologue statement, we have never believed that Gilgamesh wrote the poem. He has always been a character in the story, not the narrator of it, a part of it, not the whole. Only now, for the first time, as Gilgamesh addresses Urshanabi with the same words that Sinleki Unnini addressed us with at the beginning of the poem, we can hear this authorial voice for ourselves. When at last they arrived, Gilgamesh said to Urshanabi, quote, this is the wall of Uruk, which no city on earth can equal. See how its ramparts gleam like copper in the sun. Climb the stone staircase, more ancient than the mind can imagine. Approach the Iyana temple, sacred to Ishtar, a temple that no king has equalled in size or beauty. Walk on the wall of Uruk. Follow its course around the city. Inspect its mighty foundations. Examine its brickwork, how masterfully it is built. Observe the land it encloses, the palm trees, the gardens, the orchards, the glorious palaces and temples, the shops and marketplaces, the houses, the public squares. End quote. And that is how the poem ends, where it began. Its form is not circular, like Finnegan's Wake, but spiral, since it begins again at another level, with Gilgamesh narrating. His transformation has taken place offstage, outside the frame of the poem, at the last possible moment. When we return to the beginning, where Gilgamesh's echoing lines point us, it is clear that he has completed the final stage of the archetypal hero's journey, in which the hero gives new life to his community, returning to them with the gifts he has discovered on his adventure. He brought back the ancient, forgotten rites, restoring the temples that the flood had destroyed, renewing the statues and sacraments for the welfare of the people and the sacred land. We are not told how he learned the ancient forgotten rites from Utnapishtim, but we know that for the first time he is acting as a responsible, compassionate king, a benefactor to his people and their descendants. Out of the depths, somehow, Gilgamesh has managed to close the gate of sorrow. He has learned how to rule himself and his city without violence, selfishness, or the compulsions of a restless heart. Gilgamesh's quest is not an allegory. It is too subtle and rich in minute particulars to fit an abstract scheme, but issuing, as it does, from a deep level of human experience, it has a certain allegorical resonance. We don't need to be aware of this resonance in order to enjoy the story, yet it is there. When Gilgamesh leaves his city and goes into uncharted territory in search of a way beyond death, he is looking for something that is impossible to find. His quest is like the mind's search for control, order, and meaning in a world where everything is constantly disintegrating. The quest proves the futility of the quest. There is no way to overcome death, there is no way to control reality. But when I argue with reality, I lose, Byron Katie writes, but only 100% of the time. Not until Gilgamesh gives up on transcendence can he realize how beautiful his city is. Only then, freed from his restless heart, can he fully return to the place he started out from. Suppose that the city is this moment, things as they are, without any meaning added. When the mind gives up on its quest for control, order, and meaning, it finds that it has come home to reality where it has always been. What it has, what it is, in this very moment is everything it ever wanted. Somehow, in the interval between story and return, Gilgamesh has become wise. He has absorbed not the conventional wisdom of a Shiduri or an Utnapishtim, but the deeper wisdom of the poem's narrative voice, a wisdom that is impartial, humorous, civilized, sexual, irreverent, skeptical of moral absolutes, delighted with the things of this world, and supremely confident in the power of its own language. About this version, I have called this a version of Gilgamesh rather than a translation. I don't read cuneiform and have no knowledge of Akkadian. For the meaning of the text, I have depended on literal translations by 7 scholars. I am particularly indebted to A. R. George's superb, meticulous, monumental 2-volume edition of the original text, which far excels all previous scholarship. I have also read and profited from the translations of Jean Bottero, Benjamin R. Foster, Maureen Gallery Kovacs, Albert Schott, and Raymond Jacques Tournay and Aaron Schaffer, as well as from the literary, non-scholarly versions of David Ferry and Raoul Schrott. Jean Bottero's notes helped me in the interpretation of many passages. My method was this. I first read and compared all the translations listed in the bibliography, understood the difficult passages to the best of my inexpert ability, and cobbled together a rough prose version. Like many other translators, I have omitted Tablet 12, which most scholars consider as not belonging to the epic. At this stage I felt rather like a bat, feeling out of the contours of the original text by flinging sound waves into the dark. Once my prose version was completed, I began the real work of raising the language to the level of English verse. The line that I use, a loose, non-iambic, nonal alliterative tetrameter, is rare in English. The two examples I know well are sections of Eliot's four quartets and Elizabeth Bishop's wonderful centina. I worked hard to keep my rhythms from sounding too regular, and I varied them so that no two consecutive lines have the identical rhythm. When possible, I kept fairly close to the literal meaning. When necessary, I was much freer and did not so much translate as adapt. I chose not to reproduce some of the quirks of Akkadian style, which for ancient readers may have been embellishments, but are tedious for us. For example, the word-for-word repetitions of entire passages and the enumerations from 1 to 7 or 12. I filled in the many gaps in the text, I changed images that were unclear, I added lines when the drama of the situation called for elaboration, or when passages ended abruptly and needed transitions. I cut out a number of fragmentary passages, and when the text was garbled, I occasionally changed the order of passages. All these changes are documented in the notes. While I have tried to be faithful to the spirit of the Akkadian text, I have often been as free with the letter of it as Sinleki, Unnini, and his old Babylonian predecessors were with their material. I like to think that they would have approved. Gilgamesh Prologue. He had seen everything, had experienced all emotions, from exultation to despair. He had been granted a vision into the great mystery, the secret places, the primeval days before the flood. He had journeyed to the edge of the world and made his way back, exhausted but whole. He had carved his trials on stone tablets, had restored the holy Iana temple and the massive wall of Uruk, which no city on earth can equal. See how its ramparts gleam like copper in the sun. Climb the stone staircase, more ancient than the mind can imagine. Approach the Iana temple, sacred to Ishtar, a temple that no king has equalled in size or beauty. Walk on the wall of Uruk, follow its course around the city, inspect its mighty foundations, examine its brickwork, how masterfully it is built. Observe the land it encloses, the palm trees, the gardens, the orchards, the glorious palaces and temples, the shops and marketplaces, the houses, the public squares. Find the cornerstones, and under it the copper box that is marked with his name. Unlock it, open the lid, take out the tablet of lapis lazuli. Read how Gilgamesh suffered all and accomplished all. Book 1. Surpassing all kings, powerful and tall beyond all others, violent, splendid, a wild bull of a man, unvanquished leader, hero in the front lines, beloved by his soldiers, fortress they called him, protector of the people, a raging flood that destroys all defenses. 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, son of King Lugal Banda, who became a god, and of the goddess Ninsun. He opened the mountain passes, dug wells on the slopes, crossed the vast ocean, sailed to the rising sun, journeyed to the edge of the world in search of eternal life, and once he found Utnapishtim, the man who survived the great flood and was made immortal. He brought back the ancient, forgotten rites, restoring the temples that the flood had destroyed, renewing the statues and sacraments for the welfare of the people and the sacred land. Who is like Gilgamesh? What other king has inspired such awe? Who else can say, quote, "I alone rule supreme among mankind"? End quote. The goddess Aruru, mother of creation, had designed his body, had made him the strongest of men, huge, handsome, radiant, perfect. The city is his possession. He struts through it, arrogant, his head raised high, trampling its citizens like a wild bull. He is king. He does whatever he wants, takes the son from his father and crushes him, takes the girl from her mother and uses her, the warrior's daughter, the young man's bride. He uses her, no one dares to oppose him. But the people of Uruk cried out to heaven, and their lamentation was heard. The gods are not unfeeling, their hearts were touched. They went to Anu, father of them all, protector of the realm of sacred Uruk, and spoke to him on the people's behalf. Quote, "Heavenly Father, Gilgamesh, noble as he is, splendid as he is, has exceeded all bounds. The people suffer from his tyranny. The people cry out that he takes the son from his father and crushes him, takes the girl from her mother and uses her, the warrior's daughter, the young man's bride. He uses her. No one dares to oppose him. Is this how you want your king to rule? Should a shepherd savage his own flock? Father, do something, quickly, before the people overwhelm heaven with their heart-rending cries." End quote. Anu heard them. He nodded his head. Then to the goddess, mother of creation, he called out, "Aruru, you are the one who created humans. Now go and create a double for Gilgamesh, his second self, a man who equals his strength and courage, a man who equals his stormy heart. Create a new hero. Let them balance each other perfectly so that Uruk has peace." When Aruru heard this, she closed her eyes, and what Anu had commanded she formed in her mind. She moistened her hands, she pinched off some clay, she threw it into the wilderness, kneaded it, shaped it to her idea, and fashioned a man, a warrior, a hero. Enkidu the brave, as powerful and fierce as the war god Ninurta. Hair covered his body, hair grew thick on his head and hung down to his waist. Like a woman's hair, he roamed all over the wilderness, naked, far from the cities of men, ate grass with gazelles, and, when he was thirsty, he drank clear water from the water holes, kneeling beside the antelope and deer. One day a human, a tapper, saw him drinking with the animals at the water hole. The trapper's heart pounded, his face went with his legs, shook, he was numb with terror. The same thing happened a second, a third day. Fear gripped his belly, he looked drained and haggard like someone who has been on a long hard journey. He went to his father. "Father, I have seen a savage man at the water hole. He must be the strongest man in the world, with muscles like rock. I have seen him outrun the swiftest animals. He lives among them, eats grass with gazelles, and when he is thirsty he drinks clear water from the water holes. I haven't approached him, I am too afraid. He fills in the pits I have dug. He tears out the traps I have set. He frees the animals, and I can catch nothing. My livelihood is gone. Son, in Uruk there lives a man named Gilgamesh. He is king of that city and the strongest man in the world, they say, with muscles like rock. Now go to Uruk, go to Gilgamesh, tell him what happened, then follow his advice. He will know what to do. He made the journey. He stood before Gilgamesh in the center of Uruk. He told him about the savage man. The king said, quote, "Go to the temple of Ishtar, ask them for a woman named Shamhat, one of the priestesses who give their bodies to any man in honor of the goddess. Take her into the wilderness. When the animals are drinking at the water hole, tell her to strip off her robe and lie there naked, ready with her legs apart. The wild man will approach. Let her use her love arts. Nature will take its course, and then the animals who knew him in the wilderness will be bewildered and will leave him forever." End quote. The trapper found Shamhat, Ishtar's priestess, and they went off into the wilderness. For 3 days they walked. On the third day they reached the water hole. There they waited. For 2 days they sat as the animals came to drink clear water. Early in the morning of the third day, Enkidu came and knelt down to drink clear water with the antelope and deer. They looked in amazement. The man was huge and beautiful. Deep in Shamhat's loins, desire stirred. Her breath quickened as she stared at this primordial being. "Look," the trapper said, "there he is. Now use your love arts. Strip off your robe and lie here naked, with your legs apart. Stir up his lust when he approaches. Touch him, excite him. Take his breath with your kisses. Show him what a woman is. The animals who knew him in the wilderness will be bewildered and will leave him forever." She stripped off her robe and lay there naked, with her legs apart, touching herself. Enkidu saw her and warily approached. He sniffed the air, he gazed at her body. He drew close. Shamhat touched him on the thigh, touched his penis, and put him inside her. She used her love arts, she took his breath with her kisses, held nothing back, and showed him what a woman is. For 7 days he stayed erect and made love with her until he had had enough. At last he stood up and walked toward the water hole to rejoin his animals, but the gazelles saw him and scattered. The antelope and deer bounded away. He tried to catch up, but his body was exhausted, his life force was spent, his knees trembled, he could no longer run like an animal, as he had before. He turned back to Shamhat, and as he walked he knew that his mind had somehow grown larger. He knew things now that an animal can't know. Enkidu sat down at Shamhat's feet. He looked at her, and he understood all the words she was speaking to him. "Now, Enkidu, you know what it is to be with a woman, to unite with her. You are beautiful, you are like a god. Why should you roam the wilderness and live like an animal? Let me take you to the great walled Uruk, to the temple of Ishtar, to the palace of Gilgamesh the mighty king, who in his arrogance oppresses the people, trampling upon them like a wild bull." She finished, and Enkidu nodded his head. Deep in his heart he felt something stir, a longing he had never known before, the longing for a true friend. Enkidu said, "I will go, Shambhat. Take me with you to great walled Uruk, to the temple of Ishtar, to the palace of Gilgamesh, the mighty king. I will challenge him. I will shout to his face, I am the mightiest. I am the man who can make the world tremble. I am supreme." "Come," said Shamhat, "let us go to Uruk. I will lead you to Gilgamesh, the mighty king. You will see the great city with its massive wall. You will see the young men dressed in their splendor, in the finest linen and embroidered wool, brilliantly colored with fringed shawls and wide belts. Every day is a festival in Uruk, with people singing and dancing in the streets, musicians playing their lyres and drums, the lovely priestesses standing before the temple of Ishtar, chatting and laughing, flushed with sexual joy and ready to serve man's pleasure, in honor of the goddess, so that even old men are aroused from their beds. You who are still so ignorant of life, I will show you Gilgamesh the mighty king, the hero destined for both joy and grief. You will stand before him and gaze with wonder. You will see how handsome, how virile he is, how his body pulses with erotic power. He is even taller and stronger than you, so full of life, force, that he needs no sleep. Enkidu, put aside your aggression. Shamash, the sun god, loves him, and his mind has been made large by Anu, father of the gods, made large by Enlil, the god of earth, and by Ea, the god of water and wisdom. Even before you came down from the hills, you had come to Gilgamesh in a dream. And she told Enkidu what she had heard. Quote, "He went to his mother, the goddess Ninsun, and asked her to interpret the dream. I saw a bright star. It shot across the morning sky. It fell at my feet and lay before me like a huge boulder. I tried to lift it, but it was too heavy. I tried to move it, but it would not budge. A crowd of people gathered around me. The people of Uruk pressed in to see it. Like a little baby they kissed its feet. This boulder, this star had fallen to earth. I took it in my arms. I embraced and caressed it, the way a man caresses his wife. Then I took it and laid it before you. You told me that it was my double, my second self. The mother of Gilgamesh, Lady Ninsun, the wise, the all-knowing, said to her son, "Dearest child, this bright star from heaven, this huge boulder that you could not lift, it stands for a dear friend, a mighty hero. You will take him in your arms, embrace and caress him the way a man caresses his wife. He will be your double, your second self, a man who is loyal, who will stand at your side through the greatest dangers. Soon you will meet him, the companion of your heart. Your dream has said so." End quote. Gilgamesh said, "May the dream come true. May the true friend appear, the true companion, who through every danger will stand at my side." When Shamhat had finished speaking, Enkidu turned to her, and again they made love. Book 2. Then Shamhat gave Enkidu one of her robes and he put it on. Taking his hand, she led him like a child to some shepherds' huts. Marveling, the shepherds crowded around him. "What an enormous man!" they whispered. "How much like Gilgamesh he is, tall and strong, with muscles like rock." They led him to their table. They put bread and beer in front of him. Enkidu sat and stared. He had never seen human food. He didn't know what to do. Then Shamhat said, "Go ahead, Enkidu. This is food. We humans eat and drink this." Warily he tasted the bread. Then he ate a piece. He ate a whole loaf. Then ate another, until he was full, drank 7 pitchers of the beer. His heart grew light, his face glowed, and he sang out with joy. He had his hair cut. He washed, he rubbed sweet oil into his skin, and became fully human. Shining, he looked handsome as a bridegroom. When the shepherds lay down, Enkidu went out with sword and spear. He chased off lions and wolves. All night he guarded the flocks. He stayed awake and guarded them while the shepherds slept. One day, while he was making love, he looked up and saw a young man pass by. "Shamhat," he said, "bring that man here. I want to talk to him. Where is he going?" She called out, then went to the young man and said, "Where are you going in such a rush?" The man said to Enkidu, "I am on my way to a wedding banquet. I have piled the table with exquisite food for the ceremony. The priest will bless the young couple, the guests will rejoice, the bridegroom will step aside, and the virgin will wait in the marriage bed for Gilgamesh, king of the great walled Uruk. It is he who mates first with the lawful wife. After he is done, the bridegroom follows. This is the order that the gods have decreed. From the moment the king's birth cord was cut, every girl's hymen has belonged to him." As he listened, Enkidu's face went pale with anger. "I will go to Uruk now, to the palace of Gilgamesh the mighty king. I will challenge him. I will shout to his face, 'I am the mightiest. I am the man who can make the world tremble. I am supreme.'" Together they went to the great walled Uruk, Enkidu in front, Shamath behind him. When he walked into the main street of Uruk, the people gathered around him, marveling. The crowds kept pressing closer to him. Like a little baby, they kissed his feet. "What an enormous man," they whispered. "How much like Gilgamesh. Not quite so tall, but stronger boned. In the wilderness he grew up eating grass with the gazelles. He was nursed on the milk of antelope and deer. Gilgamesh truly has met his match. This wild man can rival the mightiest of kings." The wedding ritual had taken place. The musicians were playing their drums and lyres. The guests were eating, singing, and laughing. The bride was ready for Gilgamesh, as though for a god. She was waiting in her bed to open to him, in honor of Ishtar, to forget her husband and open to the king. When Gilgamesh reached the marriage house, Enkidu was there. He stood like a boulder, blocking the door. Gilgamesh, raging, stepped up and seized him. Huge arms gripped huge arms. Foreheads crashed like wild bulls. The two men staggered. They pitched against houses. The doorposts trembled. The outer walls shook. They careened through the streets. They grappled each other, limbs intertwined. Each huge body straining to break free from the other's embrace. Finally, Gilgamesh threw the wild man, and with his right knee pinned him to the ground. His anger left him. He turned away. The contest was over. Enkidu said, "Gilgamesh, you are unique among humans. Your mother, the goddess Ninsun, made you stronger and braver than any mortal, and rightly has Enlil granted you the kingship, since you are destined to rule over men." They embraced and kissed. They held hands like brothers. They walked side by side. They became true friends. Book 3. Time passed quickly. Gilgamesh said, "Now we must travel to the cedar forest, where the fierce monster Humbaba lives. We must kill him and drive out evil from the world." Enkidu sighed. His eyes filled with tears. Gilgamesh said, "Why are you sighing? Why, dear friend, do your eyes fill with tears?" Enkidu answered, "Dear friend, a scream sticks in my throat. My arms are limp. I knew that country when I roamed the hills with the antelope and deer. The forest is endless. It spreads far and wide for 1,000 miles. What man would dare to penetrate its depths?" Gilgamesh said, "Listen, dear friend. Even if the forest goes on forever, I have to enter it, climb its slopes, cut down a cedar that is tall enough to make a whirlwind as it falls to earth." Enkidu said, "But how can any man dare to enter the cedar forest? It is sacred to Enlil. Hasn't he declared its entrance forbidden? Hasn't he put Humbaba there to terrify men? We must not go on this journey. We must not fight this creature. His breath spews fire. His voice booms like thunder. His jaws are death. He can hear all sounds in the forest, even the faintest rustling among the leaves. He will hear us 100 miles away. Who among men or gods could defeat him? Humbaba is the forest's guardian. Enlil put him there to terrify men. Whoever enters will be struck down by fear." Gilgamesh answered, "Why, dear friend, do you speak like a coward? What you just said is unworthy of you. It grieves my heart. We are not gods. We cannot ascend to heaven. No, we are mortal men. Only the gods live forever. Our days are few in number, and whatever we achieve is a puff of wind. Why be afraid then, since sooner or later death must come? Where is the courage you have always had? If I die in the forest on this great adventure, won't you be ashamed when people say, 'Gilgamesh met a hero's death, battling the monster Humbaba'? And where was Enkidu? He was safe at home. You were raised in the mountains with your own hands. You have killed marauding lions and wolves. You are brave. Your heart has been tested in combat. But whether you come along or not, I will cut down the tree. I will kill Humbaba. I will make a lasting name for myself. I will stamp my fame on men's minds forever." Gilgamesh bolted the 7 gates of Great Wall Duruk, and the people gathered. Crowds of them poured onto the streets. Gilgamesh sat on his throne. The crowds pressed in to hear him. Gilgamesh spoke. "Hear me, elders of Great Wall Duruk. I must travel now to the cedar forest, where the fierce monster Humbaba lives. I will conquer him in the cedar forest. I will cut down the tree. I will kill Humbaba. The whole world will know how mighty I am. I will make a lasting name for myself. I will stamp my fame on men's minds forever." Then Gilgamesh turned to the young men and spoke. "Hear me, young men of Great Wall Duruk, warriors and comrades who have fought at my side. I will journey to meet the monster Humbaba. I will walk a road that no man has traveled. I will face a combat that no man has known. Give me your blessing before I leave, so that I may come back from the cedar forest victorious, and see your faces again. Once again May I celebrate the new year with you in the streets of Great Wall Duruk, to the lyre's sound and the beat of the drums. Enkidu stood up. There were tears in his eyes. Elders of Uruk, persuade the king not to go to the cedar forest, not to fight the fierce monster Hambaba, whose roar booms forth like a thunderclap, whose breath spews fire, whose jaws are death, who can hear all sounds in the forest, even the faintest rustling among the leaves. Who among men or gods could defeat him? Hambaba is the forest guardian. Enlil put him there to terrify men. The elders bowed to the king and said, "You are young, sire. Your heart beats high and runs away with you. Why do you wish to embark on this folly? We have heard of Hambaba. He is dangerous. He is horrible to look at. His breath spews fire. His jaws are death. How can any man, even you, dare to enter the cedar forest? Who among men or gods could defeat him? Hambaba is the forest's guardian. Enlil put him there to terrify men." After he had listened to the elder's words, Gilgamesh laughed. He got up and said, "Dear friend, tell me, has your courage returned? Are you ready to leave, or are you still afraid of dying a hero's death? Enkidu, let us go to the forge and order the smiths to make us weapons that only the mightiest heroes could use." Enkidu listened gravely. He stood silent there for a long time. At last he nodded. Gilgamesh took his hand. The smiths listened to their instructions. They cast huge weapons that ordinary men could never carry, axes that weighed 200 pounds each, knives with crossguards and heavy mountings of solid gold. Each man carried weapons and armor weighing more than 600 pounds. Gilgamesh said, "Before we leave, let us pay a visit to my mother's temple. Let us go and speak to the lady Ninsun, the wise, the all-knowing. Let us bow before her. Let us ask for her blessing and her advice." Hand in hand, the two friends walked to Ninsun's temple. Gilgamesh bowed to his mother, the goddess Ninsun, and said, "I must travel now to the cedar forest. I must journey to meet the fierce monster Hambaba. I must walk a road that no man has traveled. I must face a combat that no man has known. Dear mother, great goddess, help me in this. Give me your blessing before I leave, so that I may come back from the cedar forest victorious and see your face again." Ninsun listened to his words with sorrow. With sorrow she entered her inner room. She bathed in water of tamarisk and soapwort. She put on her finest robe, a wide belt, a jeweled necklace, then put on her crown. She climbed the stairs and went up to the roof. She lit sweet incense in honor of Shamash. She lifted her arms in prayer and said, "Lord of heaven, you have granted my son beauty and strength and courage. Why have you burdened him with a restless heart? Now you have stirred him up to attack the monster Hambaba, to make a long journey from which he may not return. Since he has resolved to go, protect him until he arrives at the cedar forest, until he kills the monster Hambaba and drives from the world the evil that you hate. Protect him each day as you cross the sky, and at twilight may Aya, your bride, entrust him to the valiant stars, the watchmen of the night. O Lord Shamash, glorious sun, delight of the gods, illuminator of the world, who rise and the light is born, it fills the heavens, the whole earth takes shape, the mountains form, the valleys grow bright, darkness vanishes and evil retreats, All creatures wake up and open their eyes. They see you. They are filled with joy. Protect my son. On this dangerous journey, let the days be long, let the nights be short. Let his stride be vigorous and his legs sturdy. When he and his dear friend Enkidu arrive, stir up strong winds against Chambaba. The south wind, the north wind, the east and the west, storm wind, gale wind, hurricane, tornado, to pin Humbaba, to paralyze his steps and make it easy for my son to kill him. Then your swift mules will carry you onward to your stopping place and bed for the night. The gods will bring luscious food to delight you. Aya will dry your face with the fringe of her pure white robe. Hear me, O Lord, protect my son. In your great mercy, lead him to the forest, then bring him home. After she had prayed, the goddess Ninsun, the wise, the all-knowing, came down from the roof and summoned Enkidu. Dear child, she said, you were not born from my womb, but now I adopt you as my son. She hung a jeweled amulet around Enkidu's neck. As a priestess takes in an abandoned child, I have taken in Enkidu as my own son. May he be a brother for Gilgamesh. May he guide him to the forest and bring him home. Enkidu listened. Tears filled his eyes. He and Gilgamesh clasped hands like brothers. They took their weapons, their massive axes, the massive knives, the quivers, the bows. The elders made way, the young men cheered. The elders stood up and addressed the king. Come back safely to great walled Uruk. Do not rely on your strength alone, but be watchful, be wary, make each blow count. Remember what the ancient proverb says. If you walk in front, you protect your comrade. If you know the route, you safeguard your friend. Let Enkidu go ahead as you walk. He knows the way to the cedar forest. He is tested in battle. He is brave and strong. He will guard you at every stage of the journey. Through every danger, he will stand at your side. May Shamash grant your heart's desire. May the path to the cedar forest be straight. May the nights be safe, with no dangers lurking. May your father, Lugal Banda, protect you. May you conquer Hambaba. May the battle be quick. May you joyfully wash your feet in his river. Dig a well when you stop for the night. Fill your water skins with fresh water. Each day make an offering to Shamash, and remember Lugal Banda, your father, who journeyed to far-off mountains himself. The elders turned to Enkidu and said, we leave the king in your care. Protect him, guide him through the treacherous passes, show him where to find food and where to dig for fresh water. Lead him to the forest and fight at his side. May Shamash help you. May the gods grant your heart's desire and bring you back safe to great walled Uruk. Enkidu said to Gilgamesh, since you must do this, I must go with you. So let us leave. Let our hearts be fearless. I will go first, since I know the way to the cedar forest where Hambaba lives. Book 4. At 400 miles they stopped to eat. At 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. They had travelled for just 3 days and nights, a 6 weeks' journey for ordinary men. When the sun was setting, they dug a well. They filled their water skins with fresh water. Gilgamesh climbed to the mountain top. He poured out flour as an offering and said, Mountain, bring me a favorable dream. Enkidu did the ritual for dreams, praying for a sign. A gust of wind passed. He built a shelter for the night, placed Gilgamesh on the floor, and spread a magic circle of floor around him, then sprawled like a net across the doorway. Gilgamesh sat there with his chin on his knees, and sleep overcame him, as it does all men. At midnight he awoke. He said to Enkidu, "What happened? Did you touch me? Did a god pass by? What makes my skin creep? Why am I cold?" "Enkidu, dear friend, I have had a dream, a horrible dream. We were walking in a gorge, and when I looked up, a huge mountain loomed, so huge that we were as small as flies. Then the mountain fell down on top of us. Dear friend, tell me, what does this mean?" Enkidu said, "Don't worry, my friend. The dream you had is a favorable one. The mountain stands for Humbaba. He will fall just like that mountain. Lord Shamash will grant us victory. We will kill the monster and leave his corpse on the battlefield." Gilgamesh, happy with his good dream, smiled, and his face lit up with pleasure. At 400 miles they stopped to eat. At 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. They had travelled for just 3 days and nights, a 6 weeks' journey for ordinary men. When the sun was setting, they dug a well. They filled their water skins with fresh water. Gilgamesh climbed to the mountain top. He poured out flour as an offering and said, "Mountain, bring me a favorable dream." Enkidu did the ritual for dreams, praying for a sign. A gust of wind passed. He built a shelter for the night, placed Gilgamesh on the floor, and spread a magic circle of floor around him, then sprawled like a net across the doorway. Gilgamesh sat there with his chin on his knees, and sleep overcame him, as it does all men. At midnight he awoke. He said to Enkidu, "What happened? Did you touch me? Did a god pass by? What makes my skin creep? Why am I cold?" "Enkidu, dear friend, I have had a dream more horrible than the first. I looked up, and a huge mountain loomed. It threw me down. It pinned me by the feet. A terrifying brightness hurt my eyes. Suddenly a young man appeared. He was shining and handsome. He took me by the arm. He pulled me out from under the mountain. He gave me water. My heart grew calm. Dear friend, tell me, what does this mean?" Enkidu said, "Don't worry, my friend. The dream you had is a favorable one. Again the mountain stands for Humbaba. He threw you down, but he couldn't kill you. As for the handsome young man who appeared, he stands for Lord Shamash, who will rescue you and grant you everything you desire." Gilgamesh, happy with his good dream, smiled, and his face lit up with pleasure. At 400 miles they stopped to eat. At 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. They had travelled for just 3 days and nights, a 6 weeks' journey for ordinary men. When the sun was setting, they dug a well. They filled their water skins with fresh water. Gilgamesh climbed to the mountain top. He poured out flour as an offering and said, "Mountain, bring me a favorable dream." Enkidu did the ritual for dreams, praying for a sign. A gust of wind passed. He built a shelter for the night, placed Gilgamesh on the floor, and spread a magic circle of floor around him, then sprawled like a net across the doorway. Gilgamesh sat there with his chin on his knees, and sleep overcame him, as it does all men. At midnight he awoke. He said to Enkidu, "What happened? Did you touch me? Did a god pass by? What makes my skin creep? Why am I cold?" "Enkidu, dear friend, I have had a dream more horrible than both the others. The heavens roared and the earth heaved, then darkness, silence. Lightning flashed, igniting the trees. By the time the flames died out, the ground was covered with ash. Dear friend, tell me, what does this mean? Enkidu said, Don't worry, my friend. The dream you had is a favorable one. The fiery heavens stand for Humbaba, who tried to kill you with lightning and flames, but in spite of the fire, he could not harm you. We will kill Humbaba. Success is ours. However he attacks us, we will prevail. Gilgamesh, happy with his good dream, smiled, and his face lit up with pleasure. At 400 miles they stopped to eat, at 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. They had travelled for just 3 days and nights, a 6 weeks' journey for ordinary men. When the sun was setting, they dug a well. They filled their water skins with fresh water. Gilgamesh climbed to the mountain top. He poured out flour as an offering and said, Mountain, bring me a favorable dream. Enkidu did the ritual for dreams, praying for a sign. A gust of wind passed. He built a shelter for the night, placed Gilgamesh on the floor, and spread a magic circle of flour around him. Then sprawled like a net across the doorway. Gilgamesh sat there with his chin on his knees, and sleep overcame him, as it does all men. At midnight he awoke. He said to Enkidu, What happened? Did you touch me? Did a god pass by? What makes my skin creep? Why am I cold? Enkidu, dear friend, I have had a fourth dream, a dream more horrible than the other three. I saw a fierce eagle with a lion's head. It floated down toward me like a huge cloud. It grimaced at me. Terrifying flames shot from its mouth. Then, beside me, I saw a young man with an unearthly glow. He seized the creature. He broke its wings. He wrung its neck and threw it to the ground. Dear friend, tell me, what does this mean? Enkidu said, Don't worry, my friend. The dream you had is a favorable one. The eagle that you saw with a lion's head stands for Humbaba. Though it dived straight toward you and terrifying flames shot from its mouth, nothing could cause you harm. The young man who came to your rescue was our lord, Shamash. He will stand beside us when the monster attacks. Whatever happens, we will prevail. Gilgamesh, happy with his good dream, smiled, and his face lit up with pleasure. At 400 miles they stopped to eat. At 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. They had travelled for just 3 days and nights, a 6 weeks' journey for ordinary men. When the sun was setting, they dug a well. They filled their water skins with fresh water. Gilgamesh climbed to the mountain top. He poured out flour as an offering, and said, Mountain, bring me a favorable dream. Enkidu did the ritual for dreams, praying for a sign. A gust of wind passed. He built a shelter for the night, placed Gilgamesh on the floor, and spread a magic circle of flour around him, then sprawled like a net across the doorway. Gilgamesh sat there, with his chin on his knees, and sleep overcame him, as it does all men. At midnight he awoke. He said to Enkidu, What happened? Did you touch me? Did a god pass by? What makes my skin creep? Why am I cold? Enkidu, dear friend, I have had a fifth dream, a dream more horrible than all the others. I was wrestling with a gigantic bull. Its bellow shattered the ground and raised clouds of dust that darkened the sky. It pinned me down. It crushed me. I felt its breath on my face. Then suddenly a man pulled me up, put his arms around me, and gave me fresh water from his water skin. Dear friend, tell me, what does this mean? Enkidu said, Don't worry, my friend. The dream you had is a favorable one. The gigantic bull is no enemy of ours. He stands for the very God who has helped us, bright Shamash, our protector, Lord of the sky, who in every danger will come to our aid. The man who pulled you up from the ground and gave you fresh water from his water skin is Lugal Banda, your personal God. With his help, we will achieve a triumph greater than any man has achieved. They had reached the edge of the cedar forest. They could hear Hambaba's terrifying roar. Gilgamesh stopped. He was trembling. Tears flowed down his cheeks. "Oh Shamash," he cried, "protect me on this dangerous journey. Remember me, help me, hear my prayer." They stood and listened. A moment passed. Then from heaven the voice of God called to Gilgamesh. "Hurry! Attack! Attack Hambaba while the time is right, before he enters the depth of the forest, before he can hide there and wrap himself in his 7 auras with their paralyzing glare. He is wearing just one now. Attack him, now!" They stood at the edge of the cedar forest, gazing, silent. There was nothing to say. Book 5. They stood at the edge of the cedar forest, marveling at the great height of the trees. They could see before them a well-marked trail beaten by Hambaba as he came and went. From far off they saw the cedar mountain, sacred to Ishtar where the gods dwell, the slopes of it steep and rich in cedars, with their sharp fragrance and pleasant shade. Gripping their axes, their knives unsheathed, they entered the forest and made their way through the tangle of thorn bushes underfoot. Suddenly Enkidu was seized by terror. His face turned pale like a severed head. He said to Gilgamesh, "Dear friend, I cannot continue. I am frightened. I cannot go on. You go into the dreadful forest. You kill Hambaba and win the fame. I will return now to the great Walduruk, and all men will know what a coward I have been." Gilgamesh answered, "Dear friend, dear brother, I cannot kill Hambaba alone. Please stay here with me. Stand at my side. Two boats lashed together will never sink. A 3-ply rope is not easily broken. If we help each other and fight side by side, what harm can come to us? Let us go on and attack the monster. We have come so far. Whatever you are feeling, let us go on." Enkidu said, "You have never met him, so you don't know the horror that lurks ahead. But when I saw him, my blood ran cold. His teeth are knife sharp. They stick out like tusks, his face blood smeared in a lion's face. He charges ahead like a raging torrent, his forehead ablaze. Who can withstand him? I am terrified. I cannot go on." Gilgamesh said, "Courage, dear brother. This is no time to give in to fear. We have come so far, across so many mountains, and our journey is about to reach its goal. You were raised in the wild. With your own hands you have killed marauding lions and wolves. You are brave. Your heart has been tested in combat. Though your arms feel weak now and your legs tremble, you are a warrior. You know what to do. Shout out your battle cry. Let your voice pound like a kettle drum. Let your heart inspire you to be joyous in battle, to forget about death. If we help each other and fight side by side, we will make a lasting name for ourselves. We will stamp our fame on men's minds forever. They walked deep into the cedar forest, gripping their axes, their knife unsheathed, following the trail that Hambaba had made. They came within sight of the monster's den. He was waiting inside it. Their blood ran cold. He saw the two friends. He grimaced. He bared his teeth. He let out a deafening roar. He glared at Gilgamesh. "Young man," he said, "you will never go home. Prepare to die." Dread surged through Gilgamesh. Terror flooded his muscles. His heart froze, his mouth went dry, his legs shook, his feet were rooted to the ground. Enkidu saw his dismay and said, "Dear friend, great warrior, noble hero, don't lose courage. Remember this: two boats lashed together will never sink. A three-ply rope is not easily broken. If we help each other and fight side by side, what harm can come to us? Let us go on." They advanced to the monster's den. Humbaba charged out, roaring at them, and said, "I know you, Gilgamesh. Don't be a fool. Go away. Leave the cedar forest. Have madmen told you to confront me here? I will tear you limb from limb. I will crush you and leave you bloody and mangled on the ground. And you, Enkidu, you son of a fish or a turtle, you gutless, fatherless spawn who never suckled on mother's milk. I saw you in the pastures when you were young. I saw you graze with the wandering herds, but I didn't kill you. You were too scrawny. You wouldn't have made a decent meal. And now you dare to lead Gilgamesh here? You both stand before me, looking like a pair of frightened girls. I will slit your throats. I will cut off your heads. I will feed your stinking guts to the shrieking vultures and crows." Gilgamesh backed away. He said, "How dreadful Hambaba's face has become! It is changing into 1,000 nightmare faces, more horrible than I can bear. I feel haunted. I am too afraid to go on." Enkidu answered, "Why, dear friend, do you speak like a coward? What you just said is unworthy of you. It grieves my heart. We must not hesitate or retreat. Two intimate friends cannot be defeated. Be courageous. Remember how strong you are. I will stand by you. Now let us attack." Gilgamesh felt his courage return. They charged at Humbaba like two wild bulls. The monster let out a deafening cry. His roar boomed forth like a blast of thunder. He stamped and the ground burst open. His steps split the mountains of Lebanon. The clouds turned black. A sulphurous fog descended on them and made their eyes ache. Then Shamash threw strong winds at Humbaba. The south wind, the north wind, the east and the west, storm wind, gale wind, hurricane, tornado, to pin him down and paralyze his steps. He could not move forward, could not retreat. Gilgamesh saw it and leaped upon him. He held a knife to Hambaba's throat. Hambaba said, "Gilgamesh, have mercy. Let me live here in the cedar forest. If you spare my life, I will be your slave. I will give you as many cedars as you wish. You are king of Uruk by the grace of Shamash. Honor him with a cedar temple and a glorious cedar palace for yourself. All this is yours, if only you spare me." Enkidu said, "Dear friend, don't listen to anything that the monster says. Kill him before you become confused." Humbaba said, "If any mortal Enkidu knows the rules of my forest, it is you. You know that this is my place, and that I am the forest guardian. Enlil put me here to terrify men, and I guard the forest as Enlil ordains. If you kill me, you will call down the gods' wrath, and their judgment will be severe. I could have killed you at the forest's edge. I could have hung you from a cedar and fed your guts to the shrieking vultures and crows. Now it is your turn to show me mercy. Speak to him, beg him to spare my life." Enkidu said, "Dear friend, quickly, before another moment goes by, kill Humbaba. Don't listen to his words. Don't hesitate. Slaughter him. Slit his throat before the great god Enlil can stop us, before the great gods can get enraged. Enlil in Nippur, Shamash in Larsa. Establish your fame so that forever men will speak of brave Gilgamesh who killed Humbaba in the cedar forest." Knowing he was doomed, Humbaba cried out, "I curse you both! Because you have done this, may Enkidu die. May he die in great pain. May Gilgamesh be inconsolable. May his merciless heart be crushed with grief." Gilgamesh dropped his axe, appalled. Enkidu said, "Courage, dear friend. Close your ears to Humbaba's curses. Don't listen to a word. Slaughter him now." Gilgamesh, hearing his beloved friend, came to himself. He yelled, he lifted his massive axe, he swung it. It tore into Humbaba's neck. The blood shot out. Again the axe bit flesh and bone. The monster staggered, his eyes rolled, and the axe's third stroke he toppled like a cedar and crashed to the ground. At his death roar the mountains of Lebanon shook, the valleys ran with his blood, for 10 miles the forest resounded. Then the two friends sliced him open, pulled out his intestines, cut off his head with its knife-sharp teeth and horrible bloodshot staring eyes. A gentle rain fell onto the mountains. A gentle rain fell onto the mountains. They took their axes and penetrated deeper into the forest. They were chopping down cedars. The wood chips flew. Gilgamesh chopped down the mighty trees. Enkidu hewed the trunks into timbers. Enkidu said, "By your great strength you have killed Humbaba, the forest's watchman. What could bring you dishonor now? We have chopped down the trees of the cedar forest. We have brought to earth the highest of the trees, the cedar whose top once pierced the sky. We will make it into a gigantic door, 100 feet high and 30 feet wide. We will float it down the Euphrates to Enlil's temple in Nippur. No men shall go through it, but only the gods. May Enlil delight in it. May it be a joy to the people of Nippur." They bound logs together and built a raft. Enkidu steered it down the great river. Gilgamesh carried Humbaba's head. Book 6. When he returned to the great wall Duruk, Gilgamesh bathed. He washed his matted hair and shook it over his back. He took off his filthy, blood-spattered clothes, put on a tunic of the finest wool, wrapped himself in a glorious, gold-trimmed purple robe, and fastened it with a wide, fringed belt. Then put on his crown. The goddess Ishtar caught sight of him. She saw How splendid a man he was! Her heart was smitten, her loins caught fire. "Come here, Gilgamesh," Ishtar said. "Marry me, give me your luscious fruits. Be my husband, be my sweet man. I will give you abundance beyond your dreams, marble and alabaster, ivory and jade, gorgeous servants with blue-green eyes, a chariot of lapis lazuli with golden wheels, and guide horns of amber pulled by storm demons like giant mules. When you enter my temple and its cedar fragrance, high priests will bow down and kiss your feet. Kings and princes will kneel before you, bringing you tribute from east and west. And I will bless everything that you own. Your goats will bear triplets, your ewes will twin, your donkeys will be faster than any mule, your chariot horses will win every race, your oxen will be the envy of the world. These are the least of the gifts I will shower upon you. Come here, be my sweet man." Gilgamesh said, "Your price is too high. Such riches are far beyond my means. Tell me, how could I ever repay you, even if I gave you jewels, perfumes, rich robes? And what will happen to me when your heart turns elsewhere and your lust burns out? Why would I want to be the lover of a broken oven that fails in the cold, a flimsy door that the wind blows through, a palace that falls on its staunchest defenders, a mouse that gnaws through its thin reed shelter, tar that blackens the workman's hands, a waterskin that is full of holes and leaks all over its bearer, a piece of limestone that crumbles and undermines a solid stone wall, a battering ram that knocks down the rampart of an allied city, a shoe that mangles its owner's foot? Which of your husbands did you love forever? Which could satisfy your endless desires? Let me remind you of how they suffered, how each one came to a bitter end. Remember what happened to that beautiful boy Tammuz. You loved him when you were both young. Then you changed. You sent him to the underworld and doomed him to be wailed for year after year. You loved the bright speckled roller bird. Then you changed. You attacked him and broke his wings, and he sits in the woods crying, "Oh wee, oh wee." You loved the lion, matchless in strength. Then you changed. You dug 7 pits for him, and when he fell, you left him to die. You loved the hot-blooded, war-bold stallion. Then you changed. You doomed him to whips and spurs, to endlessly gallop with a bit in his mouth, to muddy his own water when he drinks from a pool, and for his mother, the goddess Silili, you ordained a weeping that will never end. You loved the shepherd, the master of the flocks, who every day would bake bread for you and would bring you a fresh, slaughtered, roasted lamb. Then you changed. You touched him. He became a wolf. And now his own shepherd boys drive him away, and his own dogs snap at his hairy thighs. You loved the gardener, Ishulanu, who would bring you baskets of fresh picked dates every day to brighten your table. You lusted for him. You drew close and said, "Sweet Ishulanu, let me suck your rod, touch my vagina, caress my jewel." And he frowned and answered, "Why should I eat this rotten meal of yours? What can you offer but the bread of dishonor, the beer of shame, and thin reeds as covers when the cold wind blows? But you kept up your sweet talk, and at last he gave in. Then you changed. You turned him into a toad and doomed him to live in his devastated garden. And why would my fate be any different? If I too became your lover, you would treat me as cruelly as you treated them. Sorry. Ishtar shrieked. She exploded with fury. Raging, weeping, she went up to heaven, to her father, Anu and Antu, her mother, as tears of anger poured down her cheeks. Father, Gilgamesh slandered me. He hurled the worst insults at me. He said horrible, unforgivable things. Anu said to the princess Ishtar, "But might you not have provoked this? Did you try to seduce him? Or did he just start insulting you for no reason at all?" Ishtar said, "Please, father, I beg you, give me the bull of heaven. Just for a little while. I want to bring it to earth. I want it to kill that liar Gilgamesh and destroy his palace. If you say no, I will smash the gates of the underworld, and 1,000,000 famished ghouls will ascend to devour the living, and the living will be outnumbered by the dead." Anu said to the princess Ishtar, "But if I give you the bull of heaven, Uruk will have famine for 7 long years. Have you provided the people with grain for 7 years, and the cattle with fodder?" Ishtar said, "Yes, of course, I have gathered grain and fodder. I have stored up enough, more than enough, for 7 years." When Anu heard this, he called for the bull and handed its nose rope to the princess Ishtar. Ishtar led the bull down to the earth. It entered and bellowed. The whole land shook. The streams and marshes dried up. The Euphrates water level dropped by 10 feet. When the bull snorted, the earth cracked open, and 100 warriors fell in and died. It snorted again, the earth cracked open, and 200 warriors fell in and died. When it snorted a third time, the earth cracked open, and Enkidu fell in. Up to his waist he jumped out and grabbed the bull's horns. It spat its slobber into his face. It lifted its tail and spewed dung all over him. Gilgamesh rushed in and shouted, "Dear friend, keep fighting. Together we are sure to win." Enkidu circled behind the bull, seized it by the tail, and set his foot on its haunch. Then Gilgamesh, skillfully, like a butcher, strode up and thrust his knife between its shoulders and the base of its horns. After they had killed the bull of heaven, they ripped out its heart and they offered it to Shamash. Then they both bowed before him and sat down like brothers, side by side. Ishtar was outraged. She climbed to the top of Uruk's great wall. She writhed in grief and wailed, "Not only did Gilgamesh slander me, now the brute has killed his own punishment, the bull of heaven." When Enkidu heard these words, he laughed. He reached down, ripped off one of the bull's thighs, and flung it in Ishtar's face. "If only I could catch you! This is what I would do to you. I would rip you apart and drape the bull's guts over your arms." Ishtar assembled her priestesses. those who offer themselves to all men in her honor. They placed the bull's gory thigh on the altar and began a solemn lament. Gilgamesh summoned his master craftsmen. They marveled at the gigantic horns. Each horn was made from 30 pounds of lapis lazuli. Each was as thick as the length of 2 thumbs. Together they held 400 gallons. He called for that much oil to anoint his father's statue, then hung the two massive horns in the chapel dedicated to Lugalbanda. The two friends washed themselves in the river and returned to the palace, hand in hand. They rode in a chariot through the main streets. The people shouted and cheered as they passed. Gilgamesh said to his singing girls, "Tell me, who is the handsomest of men? Tell me, who is the bravest of heroes?" Gilgamesh, he is the handsomest of men. Enkidu, he is the bravest of heroes. We are the victors who in our fury flung the bull's thigh in Ishtar's face, and now in the streets she has no one to avenge her. There was singing and feasting in the palace that night. Later, when the warriors were stretched out asleep, Enkidu had a terrifying dream. When he woke up, he said to Gilgamesh, "Dear friend, why are the great gods assembled?" Book 7. "Beloved brother," Enkidu said, "last night I had a terrifying dream. I dreamed that we had offended the gods. They met in council, and Anu said, 'They have slaughtered the bull of heaven and killed Hambaba, watchman of the cedar forest. Therefore, one of the two must die.' Then Enlil said to him, 'Enkidu, not Gilgamesh, is the one who must die.' Enkidu fell sick. He lay on his bed, sick at heart, and his tears flowed like streams. He said to Gilgamesh, 'Dear friend, dear brother, they are taking me from you. I will not return. I will sit with the dead in the underworld, and never will I see my dear brother again.' When Gilgamesh heard his friend's words, he wept swiftly. The tears flowed down his cheeks. He said to Enkidu, 'Dearest brother, you have been a reasonable man, but now you are talking nonsense. How do you know that your dream is not a favorable one? Fear has set your lips buzzing like flies.' Enkidu said, 'Beloved brother, last night I had a second bad dream. The heavens thundered, the earth replied, and I was standing on a shadowy plain. A creature appeared with a lion's head. His face was ghastly. He had a lion's paws, an eagle's talons and wings. He flew at me. He seized me by the hair. I tried to struggle, but with one blow he capsized me like a raft. He leaped upon me like a bull. He trampled my bones. Gilgamesh, save me, save me!' I cried, 'but you didn't save me. You were afraid and you didn't come.' The creature touched me, and suddenly feathers covered my arms. He bound them behind me and forced me down to the underworld, the house of darkness, the home of the dead, where all who enter never return to the sweet earth again. Those who dwell there squat in the darkness. Dirt is their food, their drink is clay. They are dressed in feathered garments, like birds. They never see light, and on door and bolt the dust lies thick. When I entered that house, I looked and around me were piles of crowns. I saw proud kings who had ruled the land, who had set out roast meat before the gods and offered cool water and cakes for the dead. I saw high priests and acolytes squatting, exorcists and prophets, the ecstatic and the dull. I saw Etana, the primeval king, Sumukan, the wild animals god, and Ereshkigal, the sombre queen of the underworld. Belet Seri, her scribe, was kneeling before her, reading from the tablet on which each mortal's death is inscribed. When the queen saw me, she glared and said, "Who has brought this new resident here?" Gilgamesh said, "Though it sounds bad, this dream may be a good omen. The gods send dreams just to the healthy, never to the weak. So it is a healthy man who has dreamed this. Now I will pray to the great gods for help. I will pray to Shamash and to your god, to Anu, father of the gods, to Enlil, the counselor, and to Ea, the wise. I will beg them to show you mercy. Then I will have a gold statue made in your image. Don't worry, dear friend, you will soon get better. This votive image will restore you to health." Enkidu said, "There is no gold statue that can cure this illness, beloved friend. What Enlil has decided cannot be changed. My fate is sealed. There is nothing you can do." At the first glow of dawn, Enkidu cried out to Shamash. He raised his head, and the tears poured down his cheeks. "I turn to you, Lord, since suddenly fate has turned against me. As for that wretched trapper who found me when I was free in the wilderness, because he destroyed my life, destroy his livelihood, may he go home empty. May no animals ever enter his traps, or if they do, may they vanish like mist, and may he starve for bringing me here." After he had cursed him to his heart's content, he then cursed Shamhat, the priestess of Ishtar. "Shamhat, I assign you an eternal fate. I curse you with the ultimate curse. May it seize you instantly as it leaves my mouth. Never may you have a home and family. Never caress a child of your own. May your man prefer younger, prettier girls. May he beat you as a housewife beats a rug. May you never acquire bright alabaster or shining silver, the delight of men. May your roof keep leaking and no carpenter fix it. May wild dogs camp in your bedroom. May owls nest in your attic. May drunkards vomit all over you. May a tavern wall be your place of business. May you be dressed in torn robes and filthy underwear. May angry wives sue you. May thorns and briars make your feet bloody. May young men jeer and the rabble mock you as you walk the streets. Shamhat, may all this be your reward for seducing me in the wilderness, when I was strong and innocent and free." Bright Shamash, the protector, heard his prayer. Then from heaven the voice of God called out, "Enkidu, why are you cursing the priestess Shamhat? Wasn't it she who gave you fine bread fit for a god, and fine beer fit for a king? Who clothed you in a glorious robe and gave you splendid Gilgamesh as your intimate friend? He will lay you down on a bed of honor. He will put you on a royal bier. On his left he will place your statue in the seat of repose. The princes of the earth will kiss its feet. The people of Uruk will mourn you, and when you are gone, he will roam the wilderness with matted hair in a lion's skin. When Enkidu heard this, his raging heart grew calm. He thought of Shamhat and said, Shamhat, I assign you a different fate. My mouth that cursed you will now bless you. May you be adored by nobles and princes. 2 miles away from you may your lover tremble with excitement. 1 mile away may he bite his lip in anticipation. May the warrior long to be naked beside you. May Ishtar give you generous lovers whose treasure chests brim with jewels and gold. May the mother of 7 be abandoned for your sake. Then Enkidu said to Gilgamesh, You who have walked beside me steadfast through so many dangers, remember me. Never forget what I have endured. The day that Enkidu had his dreams, his strength began failing. For 12 long days he was deathly sick. He lay in his bed in agony, unable to rest, and every day he grew worse. At last he sat up and called out to Gilgamesh. Have you abandoned me now, dear friend? You told me that you would come to help me when I was afraid, but I cannot see you. You have not come to fight off this danger. Yet, weren't we to remain forever inseparable, you and I? When he heard the death rattle, Gilgamesh moaned like a dove. His face grew dark. Beloved, wait, don't leave me. Dearest of men, don't die. Don't let them take you from me. Book 8. All through the long night Gilgamesh wept for his dead friend. At the first glow of dawn he cried out, Enkidu, dearest brother, you came to Uruk from the wilderness. Your mother was a gazelle, your father a wild ass. You were raised on the milk of antelope and deer, and the wandering herds taught you where the best pastures were. May the paths that led you to the cedar forest mourn you constantly, day and night. May the elders of the great walled Uruk mourn you, who gave us their blessing when we departed. May the hills mourn you, and the mountains we climbed. May the pastures mourn you as their own son. May the forest we slashed in our fury mourn you. May the bear mourn you, the hyena, the panther, the leopard, deer, jackal, lion, wild bull, gazelle. May the rivers Ulaya and Euphrates mourn you, whose sacred waters we offered to the gods. May the young men of great walled Uruk mourn you, who cheered when we slaughtered the bull of heaven. May the farmer mourn you, who praised you to the skies in the harvest song. May the shepherd mourn you, who brought you milk. May the brewer mourn you, who made you fine beer. May Ishtar's priestess mourn you, who massaged you with sweet-smelling oil. May the wedding guests mourn you like their own brother. May the temple priests mourn you, loosening their hair. Hear me, elders, hear me, young men. My beloved friend is dead. He is dead. My beloved brother is dead. I will mourn as long as I breathe. I will sob for him like a woman who has lost her only child. O Enkidu, you were the axe at my side, in which my arm trusted, the knife in my sheath, the shield I carried, my glorious robe, the wide belt around my loins. And now a harsh fate has torn you from me forever. Beloved friend, swift stallion, wild deer, leopard ranging in the wilderness, Enkidu, my friend. Swift stallion, wild deer, leopard ranging in the wilderness. Together we crossed the mountains, together we slaughtered the bull of heaven. We killed Hambaba, who guarded the cedar forest. O Enkidu, what is this sleep that has seized you, that has darkened your face and stopped your breath? But Enkidu did not answer. Gilgamesh touched his heart, but it did not beat. Then he veiled Enkidu's face like a bride's. Like an eagle, Gilgamesh circled around him. He paced in front of him, back and forth, like a lioness whose cubs are trapped in a pit. He tore out clumps of his hair, tore off his magnificent robes as though they were cursed. At the first glow of dawn, Gilgamesh sent out a proclamation. Blacksmiths, goldsmiths, workers in silver, metal, and gems, create a statue of Enkidu, my friend. Make it more splendid than any statue that has ever been made. Cover his beard with lapis lazuli, his chest with gold. Let obsidian and all other beautiful stones, 1,000 jewels of every color, be piled along with the silver and the gold, and sent on a barge down the Euphrates to Great Wall Duruk for Enkidu's statue. I will lay him down on a bed of honor. I will put him on a royal bier. On my left I will place his statue in the seat of repose. The princes of earth will kiss its feet. The people of Uruk will mourn him, and when he is gone, I will roam the wilderness with matted hair, in a lion skin. After he sent out the proclamation, he went to the treasury, unlocked the door, and surveyed his riches. Then he brought out priceless, jewel-studded weapons and tools, with inlaid handles of ivory and gold, and he heaped them up for Enkidu, his friend, as an offering to the gods of the underworld. He gathered fattened oxen and sheep. He butchered them, and he piled them high for Enkidu, his beloved friend. He closed his eyes. In his mind he formed an image of the infernal river. Then he opened the palace gate, brought out an offering table of precious yew wood, filled a carnelian bowl with honey, filled a lapis lazuli bowl with butter, and when the offerings were ready, he spread out each one in front of Shamash. To the great queen Ishtar, his offering was a polished javelin of pure cedar. Let Ishtar accept this. Let her welcome my friend and walk at his side in the underworld, so that Enkidu may not be sick at heart. To Sin, the god of the moon, he offered a knife with a curved obsidian blade. Let Sin accept this. Let him welcome my friend and walk at his side in the underworld, so that Enkidu may not be sick at heart. To Ereshkigal, the dark queen of the dead, he offered a lapis lazuli flask. Let the queen accept this. Let her welcome my friend and walk at his side in the underworld, so that Enkidu may not be sick at heart. To Tammuz, the shepherd beloved by Ishtar, his offering was a carnelian flute. To Namtar, vizier of the dark gods, a lapis lazuli chair and scepter. To Hashbishag, handmaid of the dark gods, a golden necklace. To Kasa Tabat, the infernal sweeper, a silver bracelet. To the housekeeper Ninshuluha, a mirror of alabaster, on the back of which was a picture of the cedar forest, inlaid with rubies and lapis lazuli. To the butcher Bibu, a double-edged knife with a haft of lapis lazuli bearing a picture of the holy Euphrates. When all the offerings were set out, he prayed, "Let the gods accept these, let them welcome my friend and walk at his side in the underworld, so that Enkidu may not be sick at heart." After the funeral, Gilgamesh went out from Uruk into the wilderness with matted hair in a lion skin. Book 9. Gilgamesh wept over Enkidu his friend. Bitterly he wept through the wilderness. Must I die too? Must I be lifeless as Enkidu? How can I bear this sorrow that gnaws at my belly, this fear of death that restlessly drives me onward? If only I could find the one man whom the gods made immortal, I would ask him how to overcome death. So Gilgamesh roamed, his heart full of anguish, wandering always eastward in search of Utnapishtim, whom the gods made immortal. Finally he arrived at the two high mountains called the Twin Peaks. Their summits touch the vault of heaven, their bases reach down to the underworld. They keep watch over the sun's departure and its return. Two scorpion people were posted at the entrance, guarding the tunnel into which the sun plunges, when it sets and moves through the earth, to emerge above the horizon at dawn. The sight of these two inspired such terror that it could kill an ordinary man. Their auras shimmered over the mountains. When Gilgamesh saw them, he was pierced with dread, but he steadied himself and headed down toward them. The scorpion man called out to his wife, "This one who approaches, he must be a god." The scorpion woman called back to him, "He is 2/3 divine and 1/3 human." The scorpion man said, "What is your name? How have you dared to come here? Why have you traveled so far, over seas and mountains difficult to cross, through wastelands and deserts no mortal has ever entered? Tell me the goal of your journey. I want to know." "Gilgamesh is my name," he answered. "I am the king of Great Walled Uruk, and have come here to find my ancestor Utnapishtim, who joined the assembly of the gods, and was granted eternal life. He is my last hope. I want to ask him how he managed to overcome death." The scorpion man said, "No one is able to cross the Twin Peaks, nor has anyone ever entered the tunnel into which the sun plunges, when it sets and moves through the earth. Inside the tunnel there is total darkness. Deep is the darkness, with no light at all." The scorpion woman said, "This brave man, driven by despair, his body frost-chilled, exhausted, and burnt by the desert sun, show him the way to Utnapishtim." The scorpion man said, "Ever downward through the deep darkness the tunnel leads. All will be pitch black before and behind you. All will be pitch black to either side. You must run through the tunnel faster than the wind. You have just 12 hours. If you don't emerge from the tunnel before the sun sets and enters, you will find no refuge from its deadly fire. Penetrate into the mountain's depths. May the Twin Peaks lead you safely to your goal. May they safely take you to the edge of the world. The gate to the tunnel lies here before you. Go now in peace and return in peace." As the sun was rising, Gilgamesh entered. He began to run. For 1 hour he ran. Deep was the darkness, with no light at all before and behind him, and to either side. For a second and a third hour Gilgamesh ran. Deep was the darkness, with no light at all before and behind him, and to either side. For a fourth and a fifth hour Gilgamesh ran. Deep was the darkness, with no light at all before and behind him, and to either side. For a sixth and a seventh hour Gilgamesh ran. Deep was the darkness, with no light at all before and behind him, and to either side. At the eighth hour Gilgamesh cried out with fear. Deep was the darkness, with no light at all before and behind him, and to either side. At the ninth hour he felt a breeze on his face. Deep was the darkness, with no light at all before and behind him, and to either side. For a tenth and 11th hour Gilgamesh ran. Deep was the darkness, with no light at all before and behind him, and to either side. At the 12th hour he emerged from the tunnel into the light. The sun was hurtling toward the entrance. He had barely escaped. Before him the garden of the gods appeared, with gem trees of all colors, dazzling to see. There were trees that grew rubies, trees with lapis lazuli flowers, trees that dangled gigantic coral clusters like dates. Everywhere, sparkling on all the branches, were enormous jewels, emeralds, sapphires, hematite, diamonds, carnelians, pearls. Gilgamesh looked up and marveled at it all. Book 10. At the edge of the ocean, the tavern keeper Shiduri was sitting. Her face was veiled, her golden pot stand and brewing vat stood at her side. As Gilgamesh came toward her, worn out, his heart full of anguish, she thought, "This desperate man must be a murderer. Why else is he heading straight toward me?" She rushed into her tavern, locked the door, then climbed to the roof. Gilgamesh heard the noise. He looked up and saw her standing there, staring at him. "Why did you lock yourself in?" he shouted. "I want to enter now. If you don't let me, I will smash your locks and break down your door." Shiduri answered, "You smelled, sorry, you seemed so wild that I locked my door and climbed to the roof. Tell me your name now, where you are going." "Gilgamesh is my name," he said. "I am the king of Great Wall Duruk. I am the man who killed Hambaba in the cedar forest. I am the man who triumphed over the bull of heaven." Shiduri said, "Why are your cheeks so hollow, and your features so ravaged? Why is your face frost-chilled, and burnt by the desert sun? Why is there so much grief in your heart? Why are you worn out and ready to collapse, like someone who has been on a long, hard journey?" Gilgamesh said, "Shouldn't my cheeks be hollow? Shouldn't my face be ravaged, frost-chilled, and burnt by the desert sun? Shouldn't my heart be filled with grief? Shouldn't I be worn out and ready to collapse? My friend, my brother, whom I loved so dearly, who accompanied me through every danger, Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved so dearly, who accompanied me through every danger, the fate of mankind has overwhelmed him. For 6 days I would not let him be buried, thinking, if my grief is violent enough, perhaps he will come back to life again. For 6 days and 7 nights I mourned him, until a maggot fell out of his nose. Then I was frightened. I was terrified by death, and I set out to roam the wilderness. I cannot bear what happened to my friend. I cannot bear what happened to Enkidu. So I roam the wilderness in my grief. How can my mind have any rest? My beloved friend has turned into clay. My beloved Enkidu has turned into clay. And won't I, too, lie down in the dirt like him and never rise again? Shiduri said, Gilgamesh, where are you roaming? You will never find the eternal life that you seek. When the gods created mankind, they also created death, and they held back eternal life for themselves alone. Humans are born, they live, then they die. This is the order that the gods have decreed. But until the end comes, enjoy your life. Spend it in happiness, not despair. Savor your food. Make each of your days a delight. Bathe and anoint yourself. Wear bright clothes that are sparkling clean. Let music and dancing fill your house. Love the child who holds you by the hand, and give your wife pleasure in your embrace. That is the best way for a man to live. Gilgamesh cried out, What are you saying, tavern keeper? My heart is sick for my friend who died. What can your words mean when my heart is sick for Enkidu who died? Show me the road to Utnapishtim. I will cross the vast ocean if I can. If not, I will roam the wilderness in my grief. Shiduri said, Never has there been a path across the vast ocean, nor has there ever been any human who was able to cross it. Only brave Shamash, as he climbs the sky, can cross the vast ocean. Who else can do it? The crossing is harsh. The danger is great. And midway lie the waters of death, whose touch kills instantly. Even if you manage to sail that distance, what will you do when you reach the waters of death? The one man who can help you is Urshanabi, Utnapishtim's boatman. He is trimming pine branches down in the forest, and he has the stone men with him. Go to him, ask. If he says yes, you can cross the vast ocean. If he says no, you will have to turn back. At these words, Gilgamesh gripped his axe, drew his knife, and crept down toward them. When he was close, he fell upon them like an arrow. His battle cry rang through the forest. Urshanabi saw the bright knife, saw the axe flash, and he stood there dazed. Fear gripped the stone men who crewed the boat. Gilgamesh smashed them to pieces, then threw them into the sea. They sank in the water. Gilgamesh came back and stood before him. Urshanabi stared. Then he said, Who are you? Tell me, what is your name? I am Urshanabi, the servant of Utnapishtim, the distant one. Gilgamesh is my name, he answered. I am the king of great walled Uruk. I have travelled here across the high mountains. I have travelled here on the hidden road through the underworld, where the sun comes forth. Show me the way to Utnapishtim. Urshanabi said, Your own hands have prevented the crossing, since in your fury you have smashed the stone men who crewed my boat and could not be injured by the waters of death. But don't despair, there is one more way we can cross the vast ocean. Take your axe, cut down 300 hunting poles, each 100 feet long. Strip them, make grips, and bring them to me. I will wait for you here. Gilgamesh went deep into the forest. He cut down 300 hunting poles, each 100 feet long. He stripped them, made grips, and brought them to Urshanabi the boatman. They boarded the boat and sailed away. They sailed without stopping for 3 days and nights, a 6 weeks' journey for an ordinary man, until they reached the waters of death. Urshanabi said, "Now be careful. Take up the first pole, push us forward, and do not touch the waters of death. When you come to the end of the first pole, drop it. Take up a second and a third one, until you come to the end of the 300th pole, and the waters of death are behind us." When all 300 poles had been used, Gilgamesh took Urshanabi's robe. He held it as a sail with both arms extended, and the little boat moved on toward the shore. Alone on the shore stood Utnapishtim, wondering as he watched them approach. Where are these stone men who crew the boat? Why is there a stranger on the boat? I have never seen him. Who can he be? Gilgamesh landed. When he saw the old man, he said to him, "Tell me, where can I find Utnapishtim, who joined the assembly of the gods and was granted eternal life?" Utnapishtim said, "Why are your cheeks so hollow? Why is your face so ravaged, frost-chilled and burnt by the desert sun? Why is there so much grief in your heart? Why are you worn out and ready to collapse like someone who has been on a long, hard journey?" Gilgamesh said, "Shouldn't my cheeks be hollow? Shouldn't my face be ravaged, frost-chilled and burnt by the desert sun? Shouldn't my heart be filled with grief? Shouldn't I be worn out and ready to collapse? My friend, my brother, whom I loved so dearly, who accompanied me through every danger. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved so dearly, who accompanied me through every danger. The fate of mankind has overwhelmed him. For 6 days I would not let him be buried, thinking, if my grief is violent enough, perhaps he will come back to life again. For 6 days and 7 nights I mourned him, until a maggot fell out of his nose. Then I was frightened. I was terrified by death, and I set out to roam the wilderness. I cannot bear what happened to my friend. I cannot bear what happened to Enkidu. So I roam the wilderness in my grief. How can my mind have any rest? My beloved friend has turned into clay. My beloved Enkidu has turned into clay. And won't I, too, lie down in the dirt like him, and never arise again? That is why I must find Utnapishtim, whom men call the Distant One. I must ask him how he managed to overcome death. I have wandered the world, climbed the most treacherous mountains, crossed deserts, sailed the vast ocean, and sweet sleep has rarely softened my face. I have worn myself out through ceaseless striving. I have filled my muscles with pain and anguish. I have killed bear, lion, hyena, leopard, tiger, deer, antelope, ibex. I have eaten their meat, and have wrapped their rough skins around me. And what in the end have I achieved? When I reached Shiduri, the tavern keeper, I was filthy, exhausted, heartsick. Now let the gate of sorrow be closed behind me, and let it be sealed shut with tar and pitch. Utnapishtim said, Gilgamesh, why prolong your grief? Have you ever paused to compare your own blessed lot with a fool's? You were made from the flesh of both gods and humans. The gods have lavished you with their gifts as though they were your fathers and mothers. From your birth they assigned you a throne and told you, rule over men. To the fool they gave beer dregs instead of butter, stale crust instead of bread that is fit for gods, rags instead of magnificent garments, instead of a wide fringed belt, an old rope, and a frantic, senseless, dissatisfied mind. Can't you see how fortunate you are? You have worn yourself out through ceaseless striving. You have filled your muscles with pain and anguish, and what have you achieved but to bring yourself one day nearer to the end of your days? At night the moon travels across the sky. The gods of heaven stay awake and watch us, unsleeping, undying. This is the way the world is established from ancient times. Yes, the gods took Enkidu's life, but man's life is short. At any moment it can be snapped like a reed in a canebrake. The handsome young man, the lovely young woman in their prime, death comes and drags them away. Though no one has seen death's face or heard death's voice, suddenly, savagely, death destroys us, all of us, old or young. And yet we build houses, make contracts, brothers divide their inheritance, conflicts occur, as though this human life lasted forever. The river rises, flows over its banks and carries us all away, like mayflies floating downstream. They stare at the sun, then, all at once, there is nothing. The sleeper and the dead, how alike they are! Yet the sleeper wakes up and opens his eyes, while no one returns from death. And who can know when the last of his days will come? When the gods assemble, they decide your fate. They establish both life and death for you, but the time of death they do not reveal. Book 11. Gilgamesh said to Napishtim, I imagined you would look like a god, but you look like me. You are not any different. I intended to fight you, yet now that I stand before you, now that I see who you are, I can't fight. Something is holding me back. Tell me, how is it that you, a mortal, overcame death and joined the assembly of the gods and were granted eternal life? Utnapishtim said, I will tell you a mystery, a secret of the gods. You know Shurupak, that ancient city on the Euphrates? I lived there once. I was its king once, a long time ago, when the great gods decided to send the flood. 5 gods decided, and they took an oath to keep the plan secret. Anu, their father, the counselor, Enlil; Ninurta, the god's chamberlain, and Ennugi, the sheriff. Ea also, the cleverest of the gods, had taken an oath, but I heard him whisper the secret to the reed fence around my house. Reed fence, reed fence, listen to my words. King of Shurupak, quickly, quickly tear down your house and build a great ship. Leave your possessions, save your life. The ship must be square, so that its length equals its width. Build a roof over it, just as the great deep is covered by the earth. Then gather and take aboard the ship examples of every living creature. I understood Ea's words, and I said, My lord, I will obey your command exactly as you have spoken it. But what shall I say when the people ask me why I am building such a large ship? Ea said, Tell them that Enlil hates you, that you can no longer live in their city or walk on the earth which belongs to Enlil, that it is your fate to go down into the great deep and live with Ea your lord, and that Ea will rain abundance upon them. They will all have all that they want, and more. I laid out the structure, I drafted plans. At the first glow of dawn, everything gathered. Carpenters brought their saws and axes, reed workers brought their flattening stones, rope makers brought their ropes, and children carried the tar. The poor also helped, however they could. Some carried timber, some hammered nails, some cut wood. By the end of the fifth day the hull had been built. The decks were an acre large, the sides 200 feet high. I built 6 decks, so that the ship's height was divided in 7. I divided each deck into 9 compartments, drove water plugs into all the holes, brought aboard spars and other equipment, had 3,000 gallons of tar poured into the furnace, and 3,000 gallons of pitch poured out. The bucket carriers brought 3,000 gallons of oil, 1,000 were used for the caulking, 2,000 were left, which the boatman stored. Each day I slaughtered bulls for my workmen, I slaughtered sheep, I gave them barrels of beer and ale and wine, and they drank it like river water. When all our work on the ship was finished, we feasted as though it were New Year's Day. At sunrise I handed out oil for the ritual. By sunset the ship was ready. The launching was difficult. We rolled her on logs down to the river and eased her in until 2/3 was under the water. I loaded onto her everything precious that I owned, all my silver and gold, all my family, all my kinfolk, all kinds of animals, wild and tame, craftsmen and artisans of every kind. Then Shamash announced that the time had come. Seal the ship now, seal the hatch. I gazed at the sky. It was terrifying. I entered the ship. To Puzur Amuri, the shipwright, the man who sealed the hatch, I gave my palace with all its contents. At the first glow of dawn, an immense black cloud rose on the horizon and crossed the sky. Inside it, the storm god Adad was thundering, while Shulat and Hanish, twin gods of destruction, went first, tearing through mountains and valleys. Nergal, the god of pestilence, ripped out the dams of the great deep, Ninurta opened the floodgates of heaven, and infernal gods blazed and set the whole land on fire. A deadly silence spread through the sky, and what had been bright now turned to darkness. The land was shattered like a clay pot. All day, ceaselessly, the storm winds blew. The rain fell. Then the flood burst forth, overwhelming the people like war. No one could see through the rain. It fell harder and harder, so thick that you couldn't see your own hand before your eyes. Even the gods were afraid. The water rose higher and higher until the gods fled to Anu's palace in the highest heaven. But Anu had shut the gates. The gods cowered by the palace wall like dogs. Sweet-voiced Aruru, mother of men, screamed out like a woman in childbirth. If only that day had never been, when I spoke up for evil in the council of the gods. How could I have agreed to destroy my children by sending the great flood upon them? I have given birth to the human race only to see them fill the ocean like fish. The other gods were lamenting with her. They sat and listened to her and wept. Their lips were parched, crusted with scabs. For 6 days and 7 nights the storm demolished the earth. On the seventh day the downpour stopped. The ocean grew calm. No land could be seen, just water on all sides, as flat as a roof. There was no life at all. The human race had turned into clay. I opened a hatch and the blessed sunlight streamed upon me. I fell to my knees and wept. When I got up and looked around, a coastline appeared, half a mile away. On Mount Ninmush, the ship ran aground. The mountain held it and would not release it. For 6 days and 7 nights the mountain would not release it. On the seventh day I brought out a dove and set it free. The dove flew off, then flew back to the ship, because there was no place to land. I waited, then I brought out a swallow and set it free. The swallow flew off, then flew back to the ship, because there was no place to land. I waited, then I brought out a raven and set it free. The raven flew off, and because the water had receded, it found a branch. It sat there, it ate, it flew off and didn't return. When the waters had dried up and land appeared, I set free the animals I had taken. I slaughtered a sheep on the mountain top and offered it to the gods. I arranged 2 rows of 7 ritual vases. I burned reeds, cedar, and myrtle branches. The gods smelled the fragrance, and they smelled the sweet fragrance and clustered around the offering like flies. When Aruru came, she held up in the air her necklace of lapis lazuli, Anu's gift when their love was new. I swear by this precious ornament that never will I forget these days. Let all the gods come to the surface, except for Enlil, because he recklessly sent the great flood and destroyed my children. Then Enlil arrived. When he saw the ship, he was angry. He raged at the other gods. Who helped these humans escape? Wasn't the flood supposed to destroy them all? Ninurta answered, who else but Ea, the cleverest of us, could devise such a thing? Ea said to the counselor Enlil, "You, the wisest and bravest of the gods, how did it happen that you so recklessly sent the great flood to destroy mankind? It is right to punish the sinner for his sins, to punish the criminal for his crime, but be merciful. Do not allow men to die because of the sins of some. Instead of a flood, you should have sent lions to decimate the human race, or wolves, or a famine, or a deadly plague. As for my taking the solemn oath, I didn't reveal the secret of the gods, I only whispered it to a fence, and Utnapishtim happened to hear. Now you must decide what his fate will be." Then Enlil boarded. He took my hand. He led me out. Then he led out my wife. He had us kneel down in front of him. He touched our foreheads, and, standing between us, he blessed us. "Hear me, you gods." Until now, Utnapishtim was a mortal man. But from now on, he and his wife shall be gods like us. They shall live forever at the source of the rivers, far away. Then they brought us to this distant place, at the source of the rivers. Here we live. Now then, Gilgamesh, who will assemble the gods for your sake? Who will convince them to grant you the eternal life that you seek? How would they know that you deserve it? First pass this test. Just stay awake for 7 days. Prevail against sleep, and perhaps you will prevail against death. So Gilgamesh sat down against a wall to begin the test. The moment he sat down, sleep swirled over him like a fog. Utnapishtim said to his wife, "Look at this fellow. He wanted to live forever, but the moment he sat down, sleep swirled over him like a fog." His wife said, "Touch him on the shoulder, wake him, let him depart and go back safely to his own land, by the gate he came through." Utnapishtim said, "All men are liars. When he wakes up, watch how he tries to deceive us. So bake a loaf for each day he sleeps, put them in a row beside him, and make a mark on the wall for every loaf." She baked the loaves and put them beside him. She made a mark for each day he slept. The first loaf was rock hard. The second loaf was dried out like leather. The third had shrunk. The fourth had a whitish covering. The fifth was spotted with mold. The sixth was stale. The seventh loaf was still on the coals when he reached out and touched him. Gilgamesh awoke with a start and said, "I was almost falling asleep when I felt your touch." Utnapishtim said, "Look down, friend. Count these loaves that my wife baked and put here while you sat sleeping. This first one, rock hard, was baked 7 days ago. This leathery one was baked 6 days ago, and so on, for all the rest of the days you sat here sleeping. Look, they are marked on the wall behind you." Gilgamesh cried out, "What shall I do? Where shall I go now? Death has caught me. It lurks in my bedroom, and everywhere I look, everywhere I turn, there is only death." Utnapishtim said to the boatman, "This is the last time, Urshanabi, that you are allowed to cross the vast ocean and reach these shores. As for this man, he is filthy and tired. His hair is matted. Animal skins have obscured his beauty. Bring him to the tub and wash out his hair. Take off his animal skin and let the waves of the ocean carry it away. Moisten his body with sweet-smelling oil. Bind his hair in a bright new headband. Dress him in fine robes fit for a king. Until he comes to the end of his journey, let his robes be spotless, as though they were new. He brought him to the tub. He washed out his hair. He took off his animal skin, and let the waves of the ocean carry it away. He moistened his body with sweet-smelling oil. He bound his hair in a bright new headband. He dressed him in fine robes, fit for a king. Then Gilgamesh and Ushanabi boarded, pushed off, and the little boat began to move away from the shore. But the wife of Utnapishtim said, "Wait, this man came a very long way. He endured many hardships to get here. Won't you give him something for his journey home?" When he heard this, Gilgamesh turned the boat around, and he brought it back to the shore. Utnapishtim said, "Gilgamesh, you came a very long way. You endured many hardships to get here. Now I will give you something for your journey home, a mystery, a secret of the gods. There is a small spiny bush that grows in the waters of the great deep. It has sharp spikes that will prick your fingers like a rose's thorns. If you find this plant and bring it to the surface, you will have found the secret of youth." Gilgamesh dug a pit on the shore that led down into the great deep. He tried, he tied two heavy stones to his feet. They pulled him downward into the water's depths. He found the plant. He grasped it. It tore his fingers. They bled. He cut off the stones. His body shot up to the surface, and the waves cast him back, gasping, onto the shore. Gilgamesh said to Urshanabi, "Come here, look at this marvelous plant, the antidote to the fear of death. With it we return to youth we once had. I will take it to Uruk. I will test its power by seeing what happens when an old man eats it. If that succeeds, I will eat some myself and become a carefree young man again." At 400 miles they stopped to eat. At 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. Gilgamesh saw a pond of cool water. He left the plant on the ground and bathed. A snake smelled its fragrance. Stealthily it crawled up and carried the plant away. As it disappeared, it cast off its skin. When Gilgamesh saw what the snake had done, he sat down and wept. He said to the boatman, "What shall I do now? All my hardships have been for nothing. O Urshanabi, was it for this that my hands have labored? Was it for this that I gave my heart's blood? I have gained no benefit for myself, but have lost the marvelous plant to a reptile. I plucked it from the depths, and how could I ever manage to find that place again? And our little boat, we left it on the shore." At 400 miles they stopped to eat. At 1,000 miles they pitched their camp. When at last they arrived, Gilgamesh said to Urshanabi, "This is the wall of Uruk, which no city on earth can equal. See how its ramparts gleam like copper in the sun. Climb the stone staircase, more ancient than the mind can imagine. Approach the Iana temple, sacred to Ishtar, a temple that no king has equalled in size or beauty. Walk on the wall of Uruk, follow its course around the city, inspect its mighty foundations, examine its brickwork, how masterfully it is built. Observe the land it encloses, the palm trees, the gardens, the orchards, the glorious palaces and temples, the shops and marketplaces, the houses, the public squares. End of Epic of Gilgamesh, translated by Stephen Mitchell.